Darlene, let me know when you're ready.
I don't see anything that says record button, so I'm gonna assume it's recording.
Okay. Are we good to go? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the regular meeting of the Bethlehem Zoning Hearing Board. My name is Bill Fitzpatrick, and I will serve as chair for tonight's hearings. Other members of the board are from my left, Mr. Peter Schneck, Ms. Jessica Lee, Mr. Terry Novotny, Mr. Jim Shantz. To my immediate right is Attorney Terry Fall, who will serve as board solicitor and provide legal advice to the Zoning Hearing Board. The Director of Zoning and Planning for the City of Bethlehem, Darlene Heller, is at the far right of the podium. Immediately in front of me is Jean Genova, who's our court recorder. And I would remind everyone that we are taking a formal record of tonight's proceedings. Quickly, I'll go through procedurally how things will be handled. Tonight, we will be hearing 4 appeals. I believe agendas are out as well as sign-in sheets. So if you're, I would ask you, if you're considering speaking or want to be kept informed about a particular hearing, you should really sign up on here so we can keep track of who's going to be appearing before us. Procedurally, the way things occur is that the group or the person making the appeal will sit at the table immediately to my right. Our court stenographer, Jean Genova, will swear in everyone who is wishing to either question or testify or offer comment. And I would remind you that your testimony will be considered as sworn testimony and be included as a formal record of tonight's proceedings. People in the audience wishing to question or offer testimony or comment will have an opportunity to do so. But again, the way things are run is that the person or group making the appeal offers testimony, at which point I will open the floor for questions only first. Only after all testimony has been given by the appellant will I welcome testimony or comments from the floor. But again, I will announce that. But there's a separation to, first there's a segment for questions and then a second one for testimony. The one thing I would ask of audience members is to try to avoid repetitive questions or testimony. And very importantly, I would advise that anyone aggrieved by the decision the board makes may appeal to either Lehigh or Northampton County Court within 30 days following the issuance of the written decision of the Zoning Hearing Board. And while I have a few announcements, I would ask that the person or the group making the appeal on behalf of 1234 Pennsylvania Avenue, if you would come to the table. And we'll call on you very shortly on that. But I do have a couple of procedural things to cover. Firstly, we have a request for a continuance from an intervener on behalf of a party on 258 East Market Street. And I would welcome a motion from a member of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to grant a continuance on behalf of the applicant 258 East Market Street, and that the continuance and that the appeal will be here at the meeting on January 12th, 2022.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Before that's done, could you change your motion to say on behalf of the intervener rather than the applicant?
Sorry, on behalf of the intervener.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Thank you for that clarification.
I second.
All right. Ms. Heller, would you take the roll?
Mr. Novotny,
Yes.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Shantz,
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes. The motion has been passed, and therefore that particular hearing will be continued for hearing on January 12th, 2022. I would also announce, and this is just an announcement for the benefit of anyone attending either virtually with us tonight or in person, that this board will have an executive session on November 10th of this year with regard to 2 pending legal issues in the same appeal, the city and intervener joint request for subpoenas and the property owner's request to amend its application. The board's intention is to conduct the executive session after the completion of one other hearing scheduled for that evening on November 10th of this year, and to make a ruling on those two items in that same public session. And again, that is November 10th, 2021. And I would just ask that that be duly noted. I don't believe a motion is required in that regard. So at this time, I would like to move for the first hearing, which is that of 1234 Pennsylvania Avenue and the appeal of Krista Leibensberger and Jose Valencia. First of all, can you tell us when the property was posted?
It was,
October 17th.
Okay, fine, thank you. Would you and anyone else choosing to speak on this matter please rise, raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Search of all parts of the testimony that you shall give in this proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and as you shall answer to God as the last three says. That's correct?
yes.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Heller, can you give us the facts of the case, please?
This is an appeal of Krista Leibensberger and Jose Valencia to install a 10-foot by 12-foot shed, which requires a dimensional variance to exceed the maximum building coverage, which is 25% permitted, 28% is existing, 29% is proposed. This property is located in the RS Single Family Residential Zoning District.
Thank you. At this point, can you just tell us what relief it is that you're granting, or you're requesting us to grant? Be easier if I had you grant your own relief, wouldn't it?
Can I request that right now?
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to read off here. We purchased property located at 1234 Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Bethlehem on February 3rd, 2021. When we purchased the home, it was already over the maximum building coverage of 25% allowed in the RS district. The previous homeowners had a shed on the property, as shown in the city's ward map. The previous homeowners had the shed removed. We would like to put the shed back to use for storage. We're able to comply with the other sections of the ordinance. We're seeking a variance from section 1306. And to add to that, currently we're storing lawnmowers in a porch that's on the property, along with fuels like gas and oils to run these mowers and weed trimmers. We believe that having the shed will take those fuels away from the attached porch and put them into the shed, avoiding a fire hazard on and in the residence.
Do we have any way of knowing, I believe 28% is existing currently, and you're asking to add 1%. Do we know how much the space that actually is?
How much what?
How much space is it?
And that
It's,
10 by 12.
it's just 10 by 12. It was what was there before.
I was driving to how much additional, okay, I think I have it.
Well, the lot is 60 by 100 or 6,000 square feet, so 1% of that would be 60 square feet.
60 square feet, essentially like a 6 by 10. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Heller. Was there anything else, sir?
No, we would just ask that this be granted as, like I said, we want to get the fuels away from the attached porch in the residence and put them in an appropriate location. We don't feel like it's going to affect the neighborhood. There's plenty of sheds in the area in the same types of property. So I think it'll go along with the community as well.
All right, thank you. Questions from members of the board? Mr. Schneck?
Sure. I'm going to say it looks like you're placing it in the rear right side of the yard.
Correct.
What's behind your shed in your backdoor neighbor's yard?
There's another shed there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Lee?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Novotny?
You mentioned multiple lawn care items. Are these strictly for use at your home, or you do have a business?
No, it's strictly for use of the home.
Okay. All right. No more questions.
Mr. Shantz?
I noticed on your one drawing, you have a utility easement. Will the shed be out of the way of that easement?
Yes, it will.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Attorney Fall, is there anything from you that you'd like to have on the record?
I would, do you know the square footage of the buildings on the property?
Square footage of the buildings on the property?
Right.
No, I can't say that I know that offhand right now, no.
Okay, what the application you submitted, I'm trying to decide if you need it or don't need a variance. I couldn't tell what the existing building coverage was on the property.
Yeah.
From your sketch plan that you attached. And you haven't measured any of those at all?
No, when we first applied for the shed, the city did tell us that we were already at 28% and we would need to apply for the variance. So we did not measure the existing structures on the property.
Okay.
Terry, it does, in the summary, it does say 28% existing, which is 16,800, or, I'm sorry, that's not, I can do 28% of 6,000 if you want.
No, the only reason I asked it is because when I looked at the plan and tried to make numbers work on it, it didn't work.
Okay.
And that's why I was hoping that there might be actual measurements. The building on the side of your drawing, is that an open carport?
Correct, yes.
And the front area, which has a B1, looks like, or 31, I'm not sure.
I believe it's a 31. That's an open porch.
That's an open porch. And the building in back, is that an open porch or?
That's a closed porch.
That's a closed porch.
Correct.
And the little square to the left of that?
That's where the hot water heater is.
Okay, that's an open,
There's a door there, it's closed.
okay, so those are two closed sheds.
Not sheds, they're attachments to the house, it's just a porch.
Okay, thank you. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leibensberger, do you have any testimony?
Nothing additional.
You do not. At this point, I would welcome questions from members of the audience. Anyone wishing to ask a question, would you come to the microphone and identify yourself? Seeing no one, I would make the same offer for anyone wishing to introduce testimony or offer comment. Please come to the microphone and identify yourself. Seeing no one, did you have any closing remarks before we deliberate?
We just greatly appreciate if the council will take it into consideration and let us have the shed so that we can appropriately store our equipment.
All right, thank you. Gene, we're going to go off the record. You want to go outside in executive session? Why don't we go out in the hall for this first in the executive session, please?
Yeah, I mean,
The door should be open, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I need to. I have my glasses. Yeah, it's one of the Airbnb ones, 250 East Market. 258 East Market.
I know. Like this.
I don't know if you were there for that, but
Oh, that's
Jim Preston represents Dr. and Sir. Oh, I should read his name. And, yeah, okay. And then it's about an Airbnb.
Yes, that's what Terry.
All right, Gene, I'd like to go back on the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the request of Ms. Leibensberger and Mr. Valencia to install a 10 by 12 shed, which requires a dimensional variance to exceed the maximum building coverage.
A second.
Thank you.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Shantz,
Yes.
Mr. Novotnik,
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes, your appeal's been granted. I might suggest that you wait for the written decision, be safe, and to coordinate closely with the zoning officer in the city. Good luck with the project.
Thank you very much, and
Thank
we
you.
will comply.
Thank you. The next hearing is that of 1210 and 1214 Eaton Avenue, and the appeal of Dominic Balani on behalf of, is that 1015 Partners LLC? I don't have my reading glasses on. I think I got the numbers right. Attorney Holzinger or Mr. Valani, can you tell us when the property was posted, please?
Yes, October 20th this year.
All right. Would anyone either testifying or wishing to testify or ask questions, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? More importantly, that you raise your right hand. That's fine. Thank you.
Amen, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Heller, would you give us the facts of the case, please?
Appeal is at 1210 Eaton Avenue and also at 1214 Eaton Avenue. It's the appeal of Dominic Balani on behalf of 1015 Partners LLC to consolidate the lots and construct a 3-story structure containing 18 multifamily dwellings, which requires a dimensional variance to reduce the lot area per dwelling. 4,000 square feet per dwelling unit is required. 2,526 square feet is proposed, or 11 dwellings permitted, 18 proposed. This lot is located in the RG, Medium Density Residential Zoning District.
May I ask a clarification, since we're using the term or? Is it either or that's being requested here?
They're both the same thing. The lot area per dwelling unit translates to 11 dwellings requested if you just do the math. I
Okay.
think it's just a clarification of
Right.
how many dwelling units.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, Attorney Holzinger.
Okay. I'd like to call our one and only witness, Mr. Villani. Mr. Villani, you've been sworn. Would you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Dominic A. Villani Jr., 709 Jennings Place, Bethlehem.
And I understand you're the equitable owner of both 1210 and 1214 Eaton Avenue.
Yes,
And by equitable owner, I mean you're the buyer under an agreement of sale for each of those properties.
Yes.
And this property is zoned RG, but I understand it's in the opportunity zone.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the opportunity zone is a federal program under which the city can designate certain areas? And is it your understanding it's like an incentive to develop in a way?
Absolutely.
And to clarify for purposes of the record, I want to emphasize by asking that we're not seeking a use variance. Is that correct?
Correct.
The multifamily is allowed in this district. We're not requesting a variance from any height or number of stories. I understand the height of the building you're proposing and the number of stories are allowed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, having said that, I'd like to ask you to identify your first drawing, if you have it up there. I'm going to ask you to identify for the board what this aerial is showing.
This is an aerial map of showing the block that the parcel is in.
And for the record, this portion of Easton Avenue is west of 8th Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
And it would be on the north side of the street?
Would you mind turning that a little bit? The two
Yeah,
members can't see it. Oh, sorry.
Also, yeah.
That would be great.
You can come down, Clint, over here.
Yeah, while you're doing, I might suggest anyone who's interested in this case come down here as far to the right of this section as you can to see. And if need be, we'll let you take a better look at the exhibits.
You can go too. Can't see from here. Yeah, I'll point to what he's testifying to. I'll translate.
Much appreciated, sir.
Can you identify for the board the property in question, or the two properties in question?
This is the one tract, and this is the other
Second
house.
property. And how big is the larger tract? The 1210?
The larger tract is approximately 3/4 of an acre. That one is a little over 1/4 acre.
And I understand there's an existing home on that lot,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And also in this picture, can you tell me what some of the surrounding properties?
There is what's surrounding property starting in this block. There is a 50-unit apartment building right here. There is a behavioral center right here. Single family house. This is a single family house that's a rental. This is a dentist's office, and this is a 7-unit apartment building. And this is the First Assembly of God Church.
Okay, and with respect to what I'll refer to as the 1210 property, the larger of the two,
Right.
can you describe to the board how that is sloped?
It has a unique topography. It actually is like a wave. The topography varies, I'd say, probably 3 to 4 feet. It's picked up in the back, but it has several, I don't want to use the word depressions, but several peaks and valleys in it. It's inconsistent.
Now, I'm going to ask you to identify what we're going to ask to be marked as Exhibit 2, series of photographs.
Mr. Holsinger, is this exhibit 1 or is this?
Oh, 1, that's fine, yeah, and the next one will be 2.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
If you could identify what each of the pictures show and where those buildings or structures are located.
This is the property, standing on the property, looking due east. So we're standing on the property, looking due east. I just want to make a point to show the apartment building due east that's visible from this property. I'm sorry. Sorry. This is a picture of that property. This picture depicts the behavioral center, which is on an angle looking across the street from the property. And this is an aerial looking eastward.
Can you point out
From the
where the property is and then
Yes.
location of the other
The
landmark?
property's right here. This is the dentist's office. This is the 7-unit apartment building. And this is the open property here.
Thank you. Just want to check, members of the audience who are interested, you can see the exhibit art? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Valani.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to now ask if you could identify what we're going to ask be marked Exhibit 3.
Yes, this is a
Oh, go ahead.
This is a plan that I commissioned Keystone Engineers to do, I believe back in 2019, which is a plan for the, I will say, lot, which consisted of a 9-unit building with a driveway and parking area.
Now, you mentioned that the date of that plan by Keystone Consulting Engineers was 2019.
That's correct.
Is that how long you've had an interest in this property?
Yes.
And when, after this plan was drawn, were there certain things that were not acceptable to you in the development business?
One of my concerns was there was a circular driveway for the house, I believe to 1214. And what we would have to do is implement a driveway here and kind of work something out with that house. That was number one. Number two is the building was farther back, and in my opinion would be somewhat of minimize the buffer yard to the neighbors in the back. And thirdly, most importantly here, is it gave me minimum buffer yard on the side to buffer the property immediately to the east.
I'm actually over here. When you say a concern about the neighboring property and its driveway, what did you mean by that? What kind of driveway was in front of the
It
home?
was a circular driveway.
And apparently, and my recollection is that you told me it was probably in singular ownership going back. It actually,
Correct.
the east portion or eastern end of the driveway actually existed on this property.
That's correct.
So when the L-shaped property was sold, did they cut off that driveway?
Yes.
And then were you concerned about the close proximity of what you could propose on there?
Correct.
And I noticed that this driveway going in is jogged a little bit. Why was that necessary? Why does it bend or?
Well, there was a couple reasons why it bended. One was the for stormwater, to collect stormwater on this side, but also I believe it was to opt to give the house access as well.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask that our next exhibit be marked Exhibit 4. And if you could identify those pictures, please. Okay, can you tell us what the picture in the upper left corner depicts?
This is a picture of the existing house, 1214 Eaton Avenue.
And notwithstanding that you have it under agreement of sale, is that tenant or owner occupied?
It's tenant occupied.
And how would you describe that home? I mean, is it?
It's a single house, flat roof, no basement. It's in a very, very rough condition.
And you had testified when we were looking at Exhibit 3 that you had concerns about the driveway, the northern, how close the building would be to the northern property line that you were proposing.
Yes,
Did you have a concern about a significant investment behind this home?
yes.
And why is that? Is it because it would be something that sets back, or is it in combination with the condition of the home?
Well, I think a couple things. One, the condition of the home, I would have no control over the appearance or what the aesthetics of the home would be. And two, you're going to take that type of investment and put a beautiful building in the back of it, and you would have this to constantly deal with.
And then the bottom, or the pictures on the right and the bottom left, what do they depict?
This is the lot, and you could see some of the waviness in the lot. It shows what I testified for earlier regarding the topography.
Now, going to go to the next exhibit. I'm going to ask that it be marked Exhibit 5. Can you describe for the board what's shown in the upper right picture?
The upper right picture is a picture of the rear of that property.
The rear of the single-family
Yes.
home? And was this part of what you were concerned about? That
Yes. Yes.
And what do the other pictures show?
The other pictures show the 7-unit apartment building to the west of this property.
And do you have any idea what the density is by square foot on that
Yes,
property?
the density on this is 2250 per unit.
And what are you requesting relief to today?
I think we're requesting 2,500. I believe Darlene mentioned 2527.
So it would not be as dense as what you're proposing.
Correct. 26, okay. Sorry, man.
And next, now that I take it that, or let me ask this, did you have this property under agreement at that time? When you had the drawings done back in 2019, or was that while you were considering buying the L-shaped property?
Yes,
And you never followed through purchasing at that time?
correct.
Did you then go back to the drawing board and determine maybe the only way this property could be reasonably developed is if you acquired the house out front?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask if you could identify what's shown on what we're going to ask be marked applicant's Exhibit 6.
This is a plan that I had drawn, which consisted of 21 units, is what we first came up with. After looking at it and studying it, we didn't like it for a few reasons. One, again, it gave minimal area in the back to buffer the neighbors in the back. It also gave minimal area on the sides to buffer. And also in the front, it was less of an area to absorb for our stormwater. I just thought it was a little too aggressive.
But part of you, why were you anticipating needing more units than might otherwise be allowed?
Because to do the job, we would be forced to buy the home next to this property, which would be 1214. That acquisition plus the stormwater is the biggest part of any job. Any construction you see now, the money is the stormwater. There is extensive stormwater management needed for this project.
Is it possible earth disturbance would be so much that you may need an NEPDIS permit?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what an NEPDIS permit is and the cost of obtaining?
A NEPDIS permit is a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. And what that means basically is it's federally mandated that their concern is during the construction phase, anything that's unearthed has to be managed so it doesn't go into the drains and end up in the river. What's very important with this property is this stormwater management eventually would end up in the Monocacy Creek. The Monocacy Creek is a high-quality water system. So on this site, this would be very challenging to manage it, okay? As well, what we're proposing in a few moments when we expose it is something we believe we could manage. We will not discharge any water onto Eaton Avenue, and we believe, after consulting with two to three different engineers, that we'd be able to handle the stormwater. In doing so, it's very challenging, but it's quite costly.
All right, Mr. Maloney, I'm going to ask if you could identify what will last be marked Exhibit 7 and what that shows.
Yes, this is the plan drawn by Keystone Engineering, is what we are presenting this evening. And in comparison to what I had just shown you, if you notice the considerable land area in the back, open space, which we would be able to utilize substantial buffering,
Approximately how much buffer area? is there?
45 to 50 feet of actual open grass, open land with buffering that we believe we can adequately buffer the property line in the back. In addition to that, along the side yard, which would be the eastern part of the property, we would have 19 feet, which satisfies me that we would be able to generously buffer the property line on the east side. And this would be like its own enclave. In addition to that, this building allows us to have 41 feet in the front, which would be able to handle any discharge of stormwater that we would have from our underground retention system or infiltration system into this area here.
Now, how far would the rear of the building be from the rear property line?
Over 100 feet. So this building would be basically one city lot's width to these people's property line.
And with respect to the closest home in the rear, to the rear of this building, is approximately?
I would estimate to say about 140 feet.
Now, it's my understanding you're proposing this as a 3-story building, and you'll have an elevation to show that in a little bit.
Yes.
Does the height of that building satisfy the code?
Yes.
Do the setbacks satisfy the code?
Yes.
Does the lot coverage satisfy the code?
Yes, if I may, the building coverage in this zoning district is 70% building coverage. My building coverage with the parking, all the impervious, is less than 50%.
So not only do you satisfy that, but compared to other,
Yes.
Now, we spoke earlier about the apartment building that's down closer to Eaton Avenue, the 4-story.
Yes.
What were the number of units
There's,
relative to the lot area?
there's 50 units there, and the lot it's 1,400 square feet per unit.
Now, I would assume that the acquisition, if you go through with the purchases, it's pretty expensive to acquire the 2 properties.
Yes.
And that's part of what why you're requesting the relief.
Yes.
So in a way, it's almost like the cost of this project is sort of directing the hardship.
Yes.
And I would assume when you went from 21 down to 18, you were putting pencil to paper to see where would be a
Yes.
break point.
Yes.
In addition, what these apartments, are you designing them as a little bit more upscale than normal?
Yes.
Have you done a project like this lately? And where's that located?
565 West Lehigh Street in Bethlehem.
Okay. And I understand they're starting to be rented now.
Yeah, they're pretty well rented. Yes.
And what's the price point for the rental?
I believe they're $1,850 a month.
Okay. And that's something similar you're anticipating here?
These would be all two-bedroom units. Those are a mixture.
Why are these two lots in combination of interest to you as to where it's located? What attracts you to this area?
I think it's an excellent location for a number of reasons. Where else in the city can you basically walk to a doctor's appointment, walk to a CVS, or ride your bike? Also anticipating what's coming at Martin Tower. There's going to be a box store. There's going to be another Wawa. Everything's in a neighborhood center. I think it's a very good location. It's close to 378. I believe it would have minimal impact in the immediate area because 2 blocks down the street is 8th Avenue.
And you mentioned bike riding. Are you proposing anything for bike storage or anything?
Yes.
What are you proposing or how?
Yeah. Well, if you want me to get the,
Yeah. Oh, you don't have it on this plan?
I could show it on the rendering where it's,
Okay, yeah, let's go to that one. The next one, number 8.
okay.
Okay, can you describe to the board what we've asked to be marked applicant's Exhibit 8?
Yes, this is an aerial rendering of what we're proposing with the building here, the parking lot, the buffering, more than enough parking that is required. Dumpster area, we'll have charging stations for electric cars. We'll have bike racks on the facility, a couple areas. Also, we have high efficiency heat pumps, and we would pre-wire the building or make it accessible to hook up to solar panels when they become more efficient.
And will any of these units be handicap accessible?
1/3 of the building will be handicap accessible.
I assume that would be the entire first floor.
That's correct.
Where would the charging stations be located?
On the back side of the building.
And you indicated where your dumpster is. Is that a convenient location for them to access it and then be able to?
Yes, it'll all be not only fenced in, which the city requires, but it'll all be treed in as well.
Okay. And now, while we're looking at this aerial, can you tell us about the roof lines on the building? Will they have dormers, or will you?
We had a concept with dormers. It just made the building appear a little larger than it actually is. What we implemented is we jogged the middle pod forward and 2 feet, and then used hip roofs on the side to offset it, so it's not one big roof line.
And I notice now on this rendering that it now shows some buffering to the east, the west, and to the north, to the
Yes.
rear.
Yes.
Now, you're not proposing that as a condition to this board. I understand you have to go before the planning commission,
Yes.
and the planning commission would be concerned about lighting in the parking area around the building. They'd be concerned about
Yes.
the
Yes.
buffering.
Yes.
And you understand that if this were approved tonight as the number of units, you would still have to satisfy the planning commission's concern.
Yes.
Are you proposing elevators for this building?
No, not at all.
Okay. Next, I'm going to ask you to identify what we're going to ask be marked Exhibit 9. Can you describe for the board what that shows?
This is a rendering of the entranceway into the proposed building. We would have 2 pillars in the front depicting the entranceway of the building, and it just shows you the entranceway with the building in the back.
And again, you're anticipating this to be sort of its own enclave, its own internal traffic
Yes.
movements and so forth.
Yes.
You mentioned stormwater management and indicated it would be underground. Could you explain to the board where that would be again so that they have a clear understanding?
Okay, if I could go back to the other
Sure.
drawing. What we would do is, because the lot is, it differs with the topography, we would implement some of the stormwater under the entire parking lot. So basically, we would excavate all that, I think it's 4 to 5 feet, and put a pipe and clean stone in there. And what that does is that would take care of all the water runoff from the roof and the blacktop. We would have inlets in here, and basically that would store all the water of this whole project. And what the theory is that it stores the water and then it slowly infiltrates into the ground. Not only is this reviewed by the city engineering department, it's also reviewed by the county, and also, if need be, which probably I would be surprised if we didn't have to, is the federal government with the NPDES permit. So this area in here, because we have 40 feet, this is where we would have any discharge. So we would have, if there would be discharge in an event storm, it would be in this area here. So our responsibility is not to have any water come on Eaton Avenue.
And I understand this would also be within the purview of other departments of the city, including the planning commission.
Yes, in a perfect situation, some soil conditions are perfect. They allow the water go through. In this case here, we would probably have to, and that's what I was saying, the cost. We would have to create our own infiltration system with stone and a lot of excavation.
I have no further, or if I could hold on questions for a minute, and I want to move for the admission of exhibits 1 through 10 before I forget to do so.
Which one was 10? I think we only have 9.
I thought the last one was 10.
No, we didn't do
No,
that.
that was
Yeah.
number 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. I think it's number 9.
You'd gone back.
This is number 10.
Yep. Could you describe what that depicts?
This is just a front elevation of what the proposed building would look like.
And I would assume that this structure, when you show the colors, you would probably, in the field, produce something along the same line.
Right. We like you mentioned earlier, we would have to go to the planning commission. I've worked in the past closely with Darlene and other members of her team. And what we would do is go to the planning commission. They may suggest another color scheme or other things that I'm mispresenting today. So we would be amicable in working with them to try to address all the neighbors' concerns with buffering, and also that it blends in with earth tones or with other colors that are harmonious and that would look good in the area.
Now, since you had this property under agreement as early as 2019, I assume you've been following the neighborhood, and has there been a change with the development along the 8th Avenue corridor?
Oh, absolutely.
And how would you characterize that
Oh,
change?
the whole area has changed. I think it's Martin Towers itself has changed dramatically. There was once a big tower there, but it's medical offices. I think it's getting busier. What we want to do is tap off of that traffic. I believe that Eaton Avenue is a shortcut from Allentown to Bethlehem. We have plenty of parking. I've been doing this a while. I've never come to this board or any board and asked for a relief of parking. I believe sometimes it's merited, but I think the product suffers when there's a lack of parking. And I just want to contain our own parking and our stormwater.
And
Well,
is it your belief that this particular building, the 18-unit one,
Right.
is probably the best use for these two properties combined.
Absolutely. The reason I say that is our total development area is significantly less than what is required. I believe we're blending into the harmony of the neighborhood with what's the apartment building to the east of us has significant density. And also the 7-unit apartment building directly west of us, we're below both of them. I believe we can handle our own parking, and I think when it's done, humbly speaking, I do everything like I would live there. I think the job's going to come out real nice, and I think it'll be an added blessing to that area.
And you've been in development for a long time. Would it be safe to say that if these two lots weren't consolidated and that older home stayed, that may impact the quality of what would go on in the back?
Absolutely.
Are there other areas in the city where we see that kind of development? And
Yes, and particularly if you go down Blitztown Road, you'll see a lot of, I'll call them flag lots, that where you see a development behind a house. And my response to that, my immediate knee-jerk reaction is, it's not the best it can be. If you have an independent job like this, it's its own enclave. I think it would prosper. It would never be stigmatized.
now, I'm sure the board can picture it in its own mind. When you initially looked at the 1210 lot, the larger lot, and you were thinking about developing it, was there a change in the zoning code that still would have necessitated coming back here for an
Yes,
interpretation?
yes. Yes, in I believe 2008 or 2009, there was an amendment to the RG zoning code that said the width for multifamily had to be 100 feet. This is 73 feet. Again, humbly speaking, I do a lot of work in other municipalities. Most municipalities take the setback line where the building is. An example would be where there's a cul-de-sac. Some lots on a cul-de-sac are only like 40 feet or even enough to get a driveway in. And then the setback is taken where the house is. So the city doesn't see it that way, so that we would be requiring relief for that.
Now, with respect to the construction of the home next door, the driveways, what appears to be a subdivision in the past that broke out these.
Right.
Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Have you created these issues or?
No, not at all.
Okay. And again, you testified that you believe that this would be the minimum number of units you could really live with here and do what you can no doubt consider to be a fantastic
Yes.
project.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Attorney Holsinger. Questions from members of the board? Mr. Schneck.
Sure, just real quick. You guys mentioned the opportunity zone.
Yes.
Can you describe that a little bit and what the benefits are?
It is a federally appointed zone in many municipalities, which Bethlehem has it, where they designate certain areas of the city to be this zone. And it gives tax incentives and incentives for development. That's what I believe makes this property very unique.
So it's financially beneficial.
It's an incentive for development.
Okay.
Yes.
You started going down or mentioning that you may require a NIPDES permit, which will trigger a lot of pre and post water storm management planning.
Correct.
It looks like you're really close to needing that permit.
Yes, sir.
If you don't need it, are you going to still implement all those stormwater management plans you just
Yes,
mentioned?
I am not an engineer by trade, but having been around it for a good part of my life, I understand what's involved. I would say we'd be very close to doing it. Sometimes what happens is, let me just digress. To answer your question directly, there's a couple ways of doing the job. When we do a job like this, the concern is the scheduling. So some people go in, they dig the whole site out, and you see just look like a bomb hit it. What we do it, we have to do it according to what the county or the engineers say with stormwater. So it would be sequenced. So we go in there, we cut the road in, we do the stormwater, the underground, the utilities, then we dig the foundation, and then we pave it. What that does is stabilizes the site. So 50% of my disturbance now is taken care of. So to answer your question, yes, we would have to still maintain that that sequence, and we would still have to do that stuff. But without going to the next step, I wouldn't know precisely if we need the NEPTIS permit, but I'm assuming I would.
When you go to the city, I'm going to assume that you're not going to need it. Do they still have the same requirements that the conservation district has?
Anything over 10,000 square feet of disturbance in the city of Bethlehem triggers a county, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, and a county, this is Lehigh County, the county looks at it. So it's the same thing. It's a stormwater review. So it's highly stringent. And I just want to just make this comment. Because this project is in close proximation to the Monocacy Creek, which is a high quality stream, it's going to be more challenging. It's a little more stringent versus if I'm doing a job and I'm dumping into the Lehigh River. So we've done our due diligence on this, and we have the engineer gave us a cursory review of what's going to be needed, and that gave me the information to give you here tonight. So we're going to have to do an extensive stormwater management on this. But yes, it'll be looked at. The only difference with the NPDS is it takes a lot longer. That's all.
You were basically describing the stormwater flowing south towards Eaton if your infiltration basin overflows. But during construction, you were also saying it's sloped in both directions. Are your neighbors going to get?
No, what we do is file what's called an ENS plan. It's soils and erosion. So what we do is we go in there before we do anything. We have to implement, one is called a silt sock, where you lay down this heavy cylindrical material all around the perimeter of the property. Probably in addition, a silt fence around the property. That's first. Once you do that, then you're permitted to do your excavation. What I mentioned previously is it's the sequencing of the construction events that we can stabilize a good part of the job before going to the next phase. A lot of people will just leave a job all stone. There's mud in the street, whatever. We have to do everything because it's an arterial road to minimize that.
So, I mean, the short answer is you're going to make sure that all
Absolutely.
your neighbors are protected. All right. Your direct neighbors on the left and the right seem like they're ranch housing, and
Right.
then in the back too, the back door neighbors, are those all ranch houses as well?
Yes,
And then across the street, are all those ranch houses?
I believe so, yes.
I do see from your photos how this block in particular, I'm going to say, is a little bit of maybe a hybrid of what that neighborhood is.
Right.
I guess, is it your interpretation that that is what that block is, and it's not really a part of the neighborhood that's behind and in front of you?
Correct. I believe it's an arterial road. There's a dentist office due west of us and a 7-unit apartment building, as we testified to earlier. And within 300 feet of radius, there's a 50-unit, 4-story apartment building, which I showed a photo of, that is very visible by this lot. We're going to do everything we can possible to adequately buffer this property, be complementary to the neighbors, to make this its own enclave.
All right, so me personally, I'm having a little bit of a hard time swallowing the view looking south from the neighborhood that's behind you. But you did mention that you're going to be having trees, and in this rendering, you have very mature trees here.
Correct. And also, just remember that the building will be at least 100 feet. That's one lot from the property line.
Mhm.
So it's significant.
Are those, I guess, are those trees existing, or are you going to be planting
No,
trees and that's?
We're going to be planting an extensive buffer. What we would be willing to do is to get some mature trees to plant along the back, but it includes doing that, and also maybe a berm to bring the elevation of the back up a little bit to make the trees appear higher. But I'm 100% confident that when it's done, it'll be an adequate buffer.
Is that something too is also discussed in the planning zoning meeting?
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. And then this might be also planning, but do you have any light poles that you're going to need for this?
We just finished a project where we felt the lighting by putting poles in would be too intrusive. So what we do is we have our electrician mounts them on the building. That's something that we would further with planning department does as well.
Okay. I think that's all I had.
Okay, you had mentioned that you had other apartments on Lehigh Street,
Yes.
and they were what, $18.50 a month around, and
Yeah.
the cost of the apartments in this building would be about the same, around the same amount?
Market price, I would say so.
Okay, I was just wondering if any of those units were could be or would be more affordable housing for people.
That's possible. At this point in time, we haven't sat down and thought about that yet, but that's something we could
For me
discuss.
personally, the cost is a little bit up there.
No, yeah, ma'am, I agree with you. It's what the market bears. We don't really get involved with the rental. We have a rental agent that does all our marketing, and that's what they say it is. But I respect and understand your question, yes.
Okay, and I was just curious as to why no elevator? You have 3 stories?
Three-story walk-ups are relatively, from my experience and experience of the job we just did, the first ones to rent out were the 3rd story. They're walkable. Once you get into a 4-story, it's required to have an elevator. I just felt that a 4-story building would be too high and out of character for this
Agreed.
property. So, but the 3-story walk-ups, the hallways are real wide, and they're seemingly reasonable to manage.
Okay, and of course, the handicap,
The whole
whole
first
first floor
will
is
be
is
handicap accessible, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
onward.
Okay, Mr. Novotny.
No questions at this point.
Mr. Shantz.
You said there was a 7-unit building and a 50-unit building, like roughly within the same block. Are they in the same zone? Are they both in the same zoning districts?
Yes, sir,
Would they both require relief today if they were built today?
absolutely.
So do you know when they were built?
I do not. I just educated guess the 50-unit building.
Which I think is the Lehigh County Housing Authority building, isn't it?
The 50-unit building, but it wasn't built like, it wasn't built like for that. The guy that built that was Joe Malozzi. He built that building. It's a 50-unit building. That's in the RG zoning
Yeah.
district as well. The 7-unit apartment building looks like it was recently renovated, but they're both in the same zoning district.
So you're not asking for anything more than either of those two would have gotten?
Well, actually, I'm asking less. This is 1,400 square feet per unit. This is 2,250 a unit. I think we're at 25. And I just want to say one thing, Mr. Shantz, on this building here, this has a real light screening to the houses in the back, which are RS. We would do something more substantial than this as a reinforced buffer yard. This has just like a light screening. So, but to answer your question, it's in the same district.
With regard to the NPDES permit,
Mhm.
I have a little bit of knowledge of those. I know it's disturbance of approximately 1 acre overall. If you were to build anything substantial on this lot, even the 11 units, would you still be required to get the NPDES permit at that point, or would you be real close?
I think it would be less. I don't know, because we would have to redesign the plan and see how it is, but for this particular one, to take down the house, address all the buffering in the back to make sure the neighbors are buffered, that I'm pretty sure we're going to need one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Valani, I just wanted to recap what I believe is some of your
Sure.
testimony already. You're not requesting any parking relief at all, am I correct?
Correct.
All right, and I believe you've touched on this, but if we're looking at a 3-story building, how is that not offensive, or how are you protecting the neighbors' view, et cetera? And I believe you've touched on it, is mainly through the buffering as well as the distance from the property lines, or if you could clarify that, please.
Yes. Okay. What we plan to do is we meet all the setbacks. So what we did is we moved this building forward to the minimum setback in the front. What that affords us is 100 feet from the building to the property line. Now, that's not from the people's houses. I would say it would be another 40 feet, maybe 50.
Okay.
So we have 100 feet from the back property line to the building. In addition to that, we have a large area in the back, which is approximately 45 feet, that we can implement a reinforced buffer area that would, when someone looks up, they're not going to see it. Okay, it'll be faint. On this side here, the rendering doesn't do it justice, but I have 19 feet on this side. The owner of this property has a reinforced buffer, some pine trees, the nice pine trees halfway down. We would continue that with whatever my landscaper would feel that would grow quickly and would be dense to protect this gentleman's property over here as well. So to answer your question, we would have the spacing of the building up front, and that would allow us to buffer everything adequately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last bite at the apple from members of the board. Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick. In previous, you've been here often. You have a pretty good track record of talking to your neighbors. Did you talk to these neighbors?
I did not,
Okay.
but I'm willing to speak to anyone. We were waiting to come to the board here, but I'm willing and always amenable to talk to anybody. And if there's something that we could do that will make it more acceptable to them, that we could work out, whether it's positioning things or putting somewhere trees anywhere we would, or fencing, we would gladly, I'm always amenable to talk to anybody.
Somehow I suspect you're going to be speaking to some of your neighbors very shortly. So,
And then it sounds like you have substantial development costs in your stormwater management plan. Are you going to need sprinklers too?
Yes, the building's fully sprinkled, has sprinklers in it. It has a security system just for the sprinklers. And then on each floor, what we do is we pour what's called gypcrete. What gypcrete is, it's a 3/4 inch poured material with gypsum with a soundproof underlayment. What that does, that ensures soundproofing from floor to floor. So you don't have somebody jumping up and down and you hear it. In addition to that, it gives horizontal fire protection throughout each floor. So with the sprinkler system and the horizontal fire protection as well as vertical shaft wall, which is gypsum as well, periodically through the building. We feel that that meets the fire code for the city of Bethlehem.
And that's also a substantial investment to make up
Absolutely.
the number of units.
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Fall.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if this is better addressed to Mr. Valani or to Mr. Holzinger, but as I read the application, do I understand that you are seeking a variance for a consolidated lot only?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not for one lot or the other lot, but it's for consolidated lots.
That is correct. We would stipulate that if the number of units is approved, it would be for both, and the development plan would show the removal of the lot line.
And I saw that it appears that both the properties are under agreement among the Valani family in some fashion.
Correct.
May not be the same owner, but it's a
For relative.
related owner.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. With getting back to the issue that was raised with respect to the federal zone incentive, the opportunity zone location, is there any designation of that? I mean, maybe Ms. Heller can tell me whether this has been designated as an opportunity zone area?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
We've investigated it, and as my understanding, the city has outlined this area because, and the federal government provides certain tax incentives for development, but the local municipality gets to select where that would be. And it's not some sort of immediate thing where you get tax relief. It's on the back end. If and when you go to sell, it's an adjustment for capital gains and basis. So it's something the federal government came up with that's sort of a long term.
I don't think we designate that, though. I don't think that we do. It may be within that zone, and I really don't have any information.
It could be. I'm sorry. I was led to believe the city designated it, but we had investigated and determined it was in an opportunity.
The city actually has a map. I'm sorry, Darlene. I'm sorry.
It very well could be. That's all I'm saying.
And the other thing is, though, Mr. Valani, when you looked at the cost of this, did you take into consideration what the benefits of an opportunity zone would be when you started doing your cost
Yes,
benefit ratio?
yes.
Is the development conditioned on it being in an opportunity zone?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. There's, in addition to the lot density, you mentioned that you needed another variance.
No,
Lisa?
if I may, Mr. Fall, I think what that was that if the flag lot remained separate and there was development in the back, we would have needed a variance for determination where the lot width was measured.
Okay,
And what Mr. Valani testified to is like on a cul-de-sac lot, you measured lot width where
right.
in front of your
Okay, so
building.
you're not looking for it on
No.
this proposed development?
Not if the two lots are combined and
Okay.
it's the 18 units. That's correct.
And I know you've been doing this, but could you summarize why you could not develop this in accordance with, if you combine the lots, why you could not build 11 units on this, which would be in compliance with the zoning ordinance?
Well, at the risk of going into a summary argument, my position when I met with Mr. Valani was that under Hertzberg, you can consider economics with respect to a project. In this case, economics does come into play because of the cost factor in what I considered and what Mr. Valani considers to be doing the project in the right manner, taking consideration, moving it front for the neighbors in the back. You know, anybody could come in here and say, oh, I'm just going to buy the flag lot. I'm going to come to the zoning board and argue you should measure it back here at where we're going to have the building. And then when they take into consideration the home up front and its condition, I doubt if you would see the quality of construction and the type tenants that would be attracted to this development. So my point is economics becomes a concern, and there has to be, in my opinion, some sort of trade-off to justify that type of capital investment to do this type of. And in this case, I believe Mr. Villani said the tipping point was the 18 units. He had even considered it initially with more. And then I think the testimony was he narrowed it down as low as he thought he could go.
And I don't mean to be argumentative with
Yeah.
you, but if the 18 units were granted, what would require Mr. Valani? I'm not accusing him of being anything other than honest, but
It's okay.
what would preclude him from building it to lesser standards and having a higher density and getting a higher return?
Well, I think we would stipulate that we would build it in the manner as shown here with all the handicap units on the first floor, the quality of construction that he's talked about, all of the fire suppression and fire retarding things.
Obviously, subject to the planning commission's
Correct.
requirements.
Sir, I'm an imperfect person. I have one main flaw. I end up overbuilding it. I have partners that constantly, I do it like I would live there. And my name's on it. I'm not boasting in any way because I am imperfect, but several of the projects I've done throughout the city, I'm 56 years old. I've been doing this all my life, whether it's a single home, whether it's townhouses, apartments. I did the best of my ability and my name's on it. And our belief, me and my brother and our partners, we look at it like we got one shot at the apple. We're going to do the best we can because it's an investment. We don't want to have a substandard product. It'll come back to us. So again, we do everything in good faith. We have good subcontractors. I'm the first one on the job and I'm the last one to leave every day. And we take pride in what we do, and we can assure the board that we would do a good job.
And we would stipulate to what has been shown here. And really, I think with respect to Mr. Villani's track record, I'd like him to perhaps tell you a real quick story about a property. This board granted a variance on Main Street up near Washington Avenue. It was an undersized lot. And Mr. Villani came to the board and showed a depiction of what he would do, an elevation, showed color schemes and everything. And quite honestly, there was one neighbor in particular who was very upset and testified for 20 minutes on how this was going to look and how she owned two homes in the neighborhood there on the same street. And Mr. Villani, when you were all said and done, can you tell the board what her reaction was?
We went over above, did really high quality finishes, garage doors, lighting, stone, upgraded siding. She came over, shook my hand, hugged me, and said, "You really did the neighborhood right." She went inside the house and she apologized to me and said, "Listen, I'm sorry I jumped the gun. We were just concerned for the neighborhood, but you put me at ease, and I'm happy what you did." Again, I'm an imperfect person, but I took it on myself to have consideration for the neighbors. On this location, it will be nowhere near substandard.
And I can assure the board that in the event Mr. Villani did try to change anything, I'm sure the planning department would order a copy of the transcript of this hearing and say, "Isn't this what you promised us?" And we would, again, we'd stipulate to where the dimensions are and where it's placed on the property. There's no intent to move parking, change the parking plan or anything. It may be tweaked to satisfy the engineering department.
Yeah, I think we need to move on this
Okay.
one, please.
Yep.
Anything else, Attorney Floor?
I do not, no.
All right, and then I think we have some folks here who are very anxious to ask questions. Now, Mr. Villani, is it easier for you to return the microphone here and go over there to answer?
No, sure, absolutely.
Why don't we do that, since I think most folks are, so I'm going to ask anyone who wishes, this is questions only of the testimony, to either come to this microphone or to the podium, identify yourself and give us your address, please. So anyone wishing to ask a question at this point, you'll have an opportunity to testify. If you do, please come to the microphone, identify yourself and give us your address.
My name is Robert Hetrick, 1347 Richard Avenue, Bethlehem, right behind his property.
Thank you, sir, and your question.
He answered most of my questions. Mostly we were my neighbor and I were concerned about the rainwater and the drainage. His plan sounds good. I have no problem with that. I think the building, the way it's facing,
All right, sir.
fine. We're
I'm
looking
going to
at-
remind you, we're asking for questions
Oh,
only,
oh, I'm
and
sorry.
I would welcome your testimony a little later. But what I'm trying to do is draw out any questions that the neighbors might like to have resolved.
Well, you have anything?
I promise you, I'll let you take the microphone in another minute or so we can make
No,
your
most of the
statement.
questions were, there. I'd like, if you get me to make a statement, I'll make one later.
If you would, please. Okay, anyone else wishing to ask a question or questions, please come to the microphone.
Now we're going to have time to express. He wasn't sworn in, of course, right?
All right, sir, first of all, were you sworn in?
Okay.
That's a question. Were you sworn in? May we do that now, please? Thanks, Tim.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear by mighty God, the searcher of all hearts, that the testimony that you shall give in this proceeding should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
And as you shall answer to God at the last great day. Do you so swear? Thank you.
Sir, please identify yourself and give us your address.
Sure. My name's James T. McNally. I live at 1128 Eaton Avenue. I have quite a few, I have statements, but we'll do that later. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, and I'll give you an opportunity to
Okay,
do
now
that.
here's what I'd like to talk on his letter here. The question that I have is, he's saying that he believes the proposed development in the consolidated parcel is not unusual in the neighborhood in that there is a multifamily dwelling development, 4 stories high at 1128 Eaton Avenue, which is not on our block, it's on the other block. So what I'm saying is that it's senior living, seniors living there. It's a 1-unit, 50 units.
Thank you, sir. And your question is, you're making a statement now.
No, I'm not making a statement. I want to know.
I need a question mark at the end of what you're saying.
Okay, fine. What I'm saying is my question is, how does his apartment relate with the apartment at 1102 Eaton Avenue? Since it's a 50-unit, 1-bedroom, senior citizens, low income.
Okay, Mr. Villani, can you respond to that question, please?
Yes, how it relates is this way. Despite,
On the other block.
Sir, would you let him answer now, please? I'd appreciate that courtesy. Thank you very much.
okay, sir, so what I said, it's within a it's in the same zoning district, it's within 300 feet of this property. How it relates to it, it's the same zone, whether it's rented to seniors or whether it's rented to college students, they're still units. What I was trying to correlate, sir, was the density for that building is 1,400 square feet per unit. What I'm asking for is substantially more conservative. So that's why I equated it to that. In addition to that, there is a 7-unit apartment building, which is closer, which is one house over, which is 2,250 square feet per unit and 100% impervious coverage, 90% plus impervious coverage. So that's what I was alluding to. And we demonstrated in our presentation that the density that we're requesting is more conservative than both those.
Yes, sir. You still have the floor, Mr. McNally, please.
The question I have is residential or RG? I just found out that our block is RG. Now, I did speak to the zoning, Mr. Pfeiffer, I believe it is, Craig. I talked to him and he told me, oh, it's been like that for a long time. Okay. Now, across the street, is that residential or is that RG?
Ms. Heller, can you answer that?
And behind them on Richard Avenue, is that RG or residential?
Well, RG is residential. There's different zoning districts that allow varying degrees of density in different residential districts. I would have to look at a map, though.
But that RG allows it to go to 40 feet high.
Let us get something that may assist.
Question at a time.
See if we can open that up.
All right. So we're over here. Here's the.
Right.
Here's his property. So yes, these lots are zoned RG. The lots behind them are zoned RG, and the lots across the street are zoned RG.
Okay, so it's residential, but with an ability to go 40 feet high. Is that correct?
I'll look it up.
Okay.
In RG, for a multifamily dwelling that's more than 2.5 stories, the maximum number of stories is 3, and the maximum feet is 40.
40 feet, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the testimony? If there is anyone wishing a question, please come to the microphone, identify yourself. Saying none. Mr. Holsinger, will you have another witness?
No, that's all. But I would like to ask or make a comment which may fall into the purview of judicial notice.
Sure.
The 4-story building that was talked about was originally built by a private individual, and then it was taken over by, it was Valley Housing at the time. And I don't recall if any of you were on the board, maybe Mr. Fitzpatrick, but I actually represented them coming in because they did some reconfiguring of the units within the building, and they actually needed a parking variance at that time, which they were granted. So again, it was based upon the fact that it was senior housing, but when we talk about here, we're meeting all of the parking space requirements plus some. They actually didn't have enough for what they were doing there and received the variance. And and if it became necessary, I could go back and get I'm sure we have the decision on file.
I think we're all right. I think we're all right, Attorney Holsinger. Having no other witness, I would like to, I assume you might have closing remarks, so I would like to,
I already
well,
stated.
I'm going to do that. I assume you might want to make closing statements after we have
Probably,
testimony.
yeah, that's fine.
So at this point, I would welcome anyone wishing to make statements. And sir, I believe you wanted to make statements, so why don't you come up? And thanks for respecting the procedure that we need to follow. Again, identify yourself and give us your address.
Robert Hedrick, Richard Avenue. I've lived in my house for 49 years. I know the original people that owned the White House. He's now long gone. But Mr. Villani, I believe his father bought that place years ago from Mike Beckley. Since his father bought that place, it has not been well cared for. We've had a lot of problems. I've called the city 4, 5, 6 times because of weeds growing down near my property. Nettles growing this high every summer. Time after time, I call the city. Get Mr. Villani clean his property. He's doing it now because he wants to do something. I think this Mr. Villani's a very nice guy. His father is not, as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to disparage.
It's not my father.
Oh, it's not your father.
It's not my father. Please, my father's a good man. It's not
Okay.
my father.
All right.
It's a re- it's
I
a rel-
apologize for putting you in the same
It's,
group
it's,
here.
it's,
So,
it's a relative.
okay, thank you. I apologize to Mr.
Okay,
Villani.
It's okay.
But anyway, I've had a hard time with Mr. Villani. That house was very nice years ago. It went to hell. I mean, I came here worried about the drainage. This drainage sounds good. I was afraid of the building being high and facing our place. Because Mr. Villani, years ago, his uncle or whatever, wanted to put a big commercial building there. And he just wanted to I look out my back window one day, he's back there telling somebody to cut my trees down. And I just didn't want this to happen again with the Villani. We have enough trouble in our neighborhood with Villani. So, but I'm in favor of this. It's a nice deal. I think my neighbor is too, and she's seen it. It just, I was afraid it was going to be Angelo Villani again. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. McNally, I understood you to say you wanted to make statements. Why don't we invite you up to the microphone if you'd like? Okay, that's fine. sir.
Michael Claudius. I live at 1206 Eaton Avenue.
Thank you. Were you sworn in, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm the property just to the east.
Go ahead.
So kind
Your last name,
of
please?
Claudius, Kladias.
Thank you.
So, you know, one of the issues I have obviously is lack of privacy. I mean, this is facing my property. It's going to be high. There's no way I can't see it there. I mean, it's going to be, there'd be cars in the parking lot. There's noise, car doors slamming, cars coming and going all hours of the day and night, probably with 18 families in there. You know, talk a little bit about a privacy barrier buffer. That's something, you know, if this project would go forward, I need some sort of really good privacy barrier along my property for the full length. The trees I have in the back are 40 years old. They're thinning. You can walk through that tree line. It's not really a good buffer. Some of them fell down already. So that's a problem. But one of the question I have, well, it's a question and a comment, is the traffic study really needs to be done, because we got the new development coming in down there where Martin Tower was. We got the St. Luke's, CVS. We got an incredible amount of foot traffic now that we didn't used to have going up and down Eaton Avenue. There's people on motorized scooters and everything going up and down the street. So you're going to now introduce a lot more cars here, exiting and entering that small entrance, basically. And I can pull out of my driveway because I can turn around and drive out. But even then, I have to sit there waiting because people now come through Ralston Road because they're trying to avoid the traffic at 8th and Eaton. So it's really congested. You know, I'm really afraid that you're going to have a lot more congestion. You're going to have Amazon deliveries. People already come up my driveway by accident. So they're not going to know where to come in, or they're going to park in my driveway. I counted the number of parking spaces I think I saw on one of the plans. It's like 33-ish, maybe 34 spaces, 32 spaces. That's probably like less than 2 cars per family. You know, what happens when they have guests over? Like on weekends, you might have 10% of the people people are going to be parking in the street. So there's going to be a lot of additional congestion. They're going to be crowding the entrances of my driveway and the entrance to this facility.
Mr. Valani, if you wanted to respond,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Claudius, thank you. I appreciate your question. Regarding the trees, first of all, I mentioned before up there, if we would be successful, we would have to go to the planning commission. They're going to have, which you would be privy to that meeting. They implement a landscape. They ask us for a landscape plan and buffering. It is my obligation to put a fortified landscape plan in, especially on your property. That's why I deviated from the other plan. So I know exactly your property, and what I plan to do is to put a significant fortified buffer area there that's going to hide you from that, number one. Number two, regarding your comment for parking, the city requirement is 1.75 parking spaces per unit. That's about 31 spaces. We were proposed 34. In addition, your comments regarding the parking, your particular property, which is a very nice property, is one lane. This is going to have a turnaround. So we're not going to have the same problem you have, because we're going to have areas where someone will come up and they can turn around. On the plan that I highlighted, there's a hatched area on the south part of the property for turnarounds, so trucks can back in or whatever. So again, we're going to do everything in our ability to please you, if Lord willing this gets approved, and do to satisfy you, even if it regards putting some fencing up, shadow box fence and or trees. And as far as the parking, I'm confident our engineer could design something that you're not going to have be bothered with cars pulling in. In addition to that, these are 2-bedroom apartments. They're not 3 bedrooms. So what we're finding out is some people just get it to have 1 bedroom and then have an office. So there may be just 1 car. So we believe, and the city does, because they have an ordinance that puts forth how many parking spaces are required. We feel we're above that.
One of the things I noticed too on the driveway entrance, I think you have something like the 20-foot wide entrance, and I'm not sure if that meets the minimum
The city,
for a 2-way traffic type lane.
yeah, it's 24 feet. is what the drive lane is. The 20 feet is what the city requires at the mouth of it. At the driveway depression is 20 feet. If this plan goes further, we have to have an engineer design it. It goes to the Bureau of Engineering at the city, and then they'll tell us what the specs are on that. But we would request it to be, we don't have any control over what it is.
Okay, okay, yeah, so it's one concern. I don't know if there'll be families in here. There could be,
There are 2-bedroom apartments.
I don't know if they have kids, if you're gonna have an issue with people encroaching on other
We
yards.
have an extensive vetting with the rental agent, extensively vets them, which is based on a couple things. And again, they're 2-bedroom apartments. They're not, we're finding out that it's just mostly couples or single people.
All right, well, the other question I have is about the runoff issues. I know you had said that you're gonna pave during construction, but that impervious surface will run off.
No, our stormwater system will be installed prior to paving. What we do is we go in,
The subsurface infiltration gallery.
we put the stormwater infiltration system in, we put all the inlets in, and because we have the buffer area of 19 feet to your property, that gives us enough room to adequately prevent anything from coming onto your property. And again, that's going to be engineered so nothing comes out in the street.
On the infiltration study, a couple of comments I have on that are, well, first of all, I think in this area, you need to do a karst carbonate study.
Right.
There was a
Right.
house back on Rudolph that actually sunk,
Right,
and it had to be, be
Right.
jacked up, concreted
right,
in.
right.
So there's a karst issue here,
Right.
and if you're gonna induce additional infiltration there, one, you gotta do a percolation test, make sure you
Right,
can handle
that's
it. And
correct.
secondly, you need to have the karst study done, because we don't want to
No,
cause a
no,
problem.
we understand. And if that comes up and it's questionable, what we would have to do is, there's another method by putting piping throughout the whole thing, not just use all stone, use piping where it's held into.
But then it would get discharged somewhere else.
Exactly. And that's where that area I was talking about on front, opposite your side, there's a 40-foot area that we could hold a lot of volume in there.
All right. I think those are kind of generally, I'm still kind of against this property, this development. I think that lot's like a lot better suited as a single family home, a large lot for a garage and a home maybe. But, yeah, I think like I say, I think a traffic study definitely needs to be done just to ensure that there's not gonna be a problem there. That's all I had.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Mr. McNally? Absolutely. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I said the construction of this proposed RG medium diversity density, residential zoning is approved by zoning, would allow the 18 multi-family development, the dwelling, to be as high as 40 feet tall, which would overlook almost every single home in the neighborhood. And this would ruin the landscape of the neighborhood, resulting in a lost privacy, hence decrease the value of our homes, which we're concerned about. I did talk to people on the other side of the street and next to me and behind me, and they're all concerned about this here. So it actually, I think, will decrease the value. In addition, the letter attached to the information, which I spoke about earlier, obtained, speaks on the subject of 1102 Eaton Avenue as a 50-unit, 1-bedroom senior, wing, over which already had a parking lot. When they moved there, you had the Summit Bank, you had an empty lot in the corner on 8th Avenue and Eaton Avenue. You had the Summit Bank next to it. You had the empty Bethlehem Steel parking lot. I've lived there for 34 years, so I know as far as the neighborhood. So what happened was they came in, they had the parking lot there. We figured, hey, something has to be built there. We're not against it. We didn't oppose it. They built the 50 units. Now, if you look at it, I actually think they're over on the zoning on per unit, square footage, but that's a whole different story. Then they wanted to make an L shape. They wanted to make an L shape. And we fought that and we beat it. And they're not going to do that. They didn't do that. So then you get to our neighborhood. I live on the corner. Mike lives next door. The lot, the house, a dentist. And on the other side of that, I think is it Primrose there?
Yeah.
Primrose. You have those apartments in there or townhouses. They're not 30 feet high or 40 feet high. They're on a nice level. They look very nice. They do the neighborhood a lot of justice. However, you bring this unit in here, you put it up, it's gonna look like a sore thumb in the neighborhood. I mean, the proposal they did in 209 was at least with units that were down, lower. You know, you've got these high rises. Where's the privacy? You know, people across the street have complained to me. Where's the privacy? You know, I said, I don't know. I said, go to the meeting, ask your questions, you know. But we've been under attack in that neighborhood. Across the street from us used to be Crowder Electric. St. Luke's bought it. St. Luke's moved into the whole neighborhood. They bought that corner. They have their building down there, the oral surgery on the corner of 8th Avenue. On the other side, they have something for babies, I guess. I'm not sure about that. Then on the other side, of course, we have the 52 acres. We have Lowell's. We have the development behind there. We have traffic. We have littering. People go by. A mother changed her child's diapers, threw the diaper out in front of Mike's house. This is what we're putting up with, you know? And for this unit to be approved, I think it will put the neighborhood lower. Our price of our homes will go lower. And that's it. You know, that's all I have to say. And I'm against it.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Mr. McNally, can you just show me your house on this map?
Sure. Okay, where are we at here? This is
Bottom right,
Richard.
bottom right, bottom right.
I know where I'm at.
There you
Right here. I'm right here. In fact, I took this tree down. If I knew he was gonna put this big development up there, I would have not put my pine tree down. I had 3 of them taken down. And the guy that took them down said he'd get them down in a week, and he took them 3 months. Couldn't get anybody to work for him. He said, everybody wants a cut.
So your house is actually in front of the pool?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Right there's my house.
Okay.
Right here. There's the building. Boom.
Okay. Thank you.
know, my privacy is shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNally. And anyone else with testimony or statements with regard to this appeal? If so, please come to the microphone, identify yourself.
Heather Kinney, Kinney. I live at 1353 Richard. I'm the second house in from Primrose. So we have a big problem with drainage now in the back. I know Bob didn't touch on that. Can I point at the map and just show you guys?
Sure.
I know it's not on your property.
Sure,
but
come on
my
up.
concern is with whatever is developed here, right in here, literally becomes like a,
Mr. Valani, can you see? I don't know if this is pertinent to your,
this becomes a pond. Like, Bob can testify to that too. Like I
It's not your property.
It's not my property.
Oh, it's not his either.
I know, I'm saying, wait.
yeah, and again, right.
No, you're good. But anyways, right here, I know it's not yours, but I'm worried that whatever goes here might push more of that flow. I know your flow's gonna stay here, but whatever's surrounding, I'm worried that that's gonna overflow and literally just flow into my house, cause it gets there. I'm planning on this summer building it up a little bit, but I'm concerned then that whatever's gonna happen there is just gonna be my house.
If you choose to respond, Mr. Valani.
I know who owns this. If we would be successful in doing this, I don't have a problem approaching him and asking him if he would want some soil for
Okay, but that's not really part of your project.
No, that's what I was just concerned if whatever he's doing. Wait a second.
Yeah, and, well, hold on, everyone in the audience. We actually have to have just one person because we are taking a record here. Thanks for understanding.
If she has a depressed area there.
Right.
Again, it's not our property. If it does get developed, I don't have a problem going and approaching a neighbor. We probably would have some fill that we would have to haul off site. I don't have a problem filling that in. It is low, but that's not on our property.
We understand. Okay. Is there anything else missed?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. And anyone else wishing to make a statement or offer testimony? Again, sir? Yeah, please come up to the microphone, Mr. McNally.
Can I just ask one question? What's the width of the driveway that he's proposing?
I think he mentioned, but go ahead, Mr. Valani.
The driveway is 24 feet.
Is it supposed to be 25?
It's the city specifications are 24 feet.
Did they change that or what?
Uh,
I have the report from 209, and it says, the plan also violates the zoning ordinance. Minimum width of driveway aisles require for two-way traffic, 25 required.
Ms. Heller, can you clearly state what the code is currently?
I believe it's 24 feet, but that would be reviewed by the engineering bureau and the planning office when they go through land development. So if they don't have it shown on the plan now, they'd have to make an
It
adjustment.
says section 1319-03, point 03.4. And then they talk about international fire codes requiring a turnaround for the fire apparatus.
Well, when they go through land development, the fire department is one of the city bureaus that would review the plan. So yes, they will take a look at the plan at that point in time.
Now, again, my question was, it's not 25, it's 24?
I believe it's 24 feet.
But I
I
have,
will say in 2012, we adopted a new zoning ordinance.
Oh,
It may
you
have,
changed
it
it
may,
then.
it may have changed at that time. I believe it's been 24 feet, but
could you make note of that and check that out to see if, what it is as far as if 1319.03.4 is 25 or 24?
well, we will do that when they go through land development review. They'll have to comply, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify or offer a comment? If not, Attorney Holzinger, any closing?
No, just one quick correction for the record. I believe Mr. McNally testified this would be a 40-foot building. That's what's allowed. It's 35 for the measurement as part of Mr. Valani's testimony.
Thank you.
And I'll consider what I said earlier as my legal argument for the hardship under Hertzberg, the financial aspect of this.
Understand you need to move for the admission of the exhibits or anything?
He did move for.
Yeah, we did move for it.
I have one more comment.
Okay, sir, please.
One thing also to look at on the direct infiltration for the driveway area, it is a direct route of pollution transfer right from the parking lot into the groundwater.
Mhm.
That's something to be aware of, instead of going out to the city and going into some other disposal.
No, we're aware of the plan. As I stated, has to be engineered, and that's part of our argument because we need an extensive stormwater management for this site. But thank you.
Can I ask some more questions?
Okay, Mr. Schneck.
Right now, your building height's 35 feet, and that's a 3-story building. But does that include the height of the roof?
No, the height is determined up to the eave, to the eave of the building.
Would it be possible to build a 4-story building with 40 feet if you had a flat?
Absolutely.
All right. So you're just doing 3.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gene, we're going to go off the record outside into executive session to deliberate. Make sure I have the right papers with it.
Looking at the wrong
All of a sudden, I'm talking
I
about
don't think you need my
building a
zoning
shed.
Yeah.
They come in handy, though.
I'm gonna put them in order. Where's number?
Charlene, the code does say 24.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it does. Hold it right up.
Right down.
The left of yours.
Yeah.
There's a tree back there.
If we get it one, yeah, but listen.
I had heard that a T about it, but he didn't.
They're marked as per what they were.
But my,
Okay, and this is how they were submitted? Okay, very good.
That way there you don't need it.
Yeah.
I know, I
Thank you.
understand.
I'm sitting on my front porch.
and I'm gonna tell you, I'll do everything I can possible to offer it. I didn't get to talk to these people, but the building's gonna be facing side. There's gonna be no balconies out the back. It's limit the windows.
Oh, way out, yeah.
I've done
I
many of
did
these.
see that. Great, great coverage.
Anything you don't was gonna be. He wanted to build it with smaller. It's pretty open, it really is. See, where's,
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, Gene, I'd like to go back on the record, please.
You better use your gavel.
Can we call the halt to order so we can have a motion from the zoning hearing board, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the appeal of Dominic Villani on behalf of 1510 Partners to consolidate the lots and to construct a 3-story structure containing 18 multifamily dwellings, subject to the following conditions. 1, that the consolidation of the lot must take place in order for this to occur. 2, the development is going to be in accordance to all testimony regarding the height of the unit, the number of units, the number of stories, all the buffering as testified to during testimony, and the setback requirements. Condition 3, condition to the land development approval from the city of Bethlehem. And 4, condition to the quality of all phases of construction as testified to under testimony.
Attorney Fall, do we have the conditions correct in your mind?
Did you get those right?
I believe you covered everything that was presented in course of the testimony from Mr. Valani.
Okay, thank you. May we have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Darlene, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Shantz,
Yes.
Mr. Novotnik,
Yes.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes. Your appeal's been granted. I'd suggest you wait for our written appeal, but you have other hoops to jump through. In any way, good luck with the project. And again, we always encourage you to reach out to the neighbors as you have been tonight.
Thank you.
So thank you. And to the neighbors who spoke out tonight, thank you for being here. I did.
He depends on whether there's people here in opposition. Yes.
All right, if you would, the next hearing is that of 447 North Pine Top Circle. And I believe Attorney Malcolmus, welcome tonight.
Yes.
That there may be an issue that we would discuss with regard to both the third and fourth hearings.
Yes, actually, if you're ready for me to get into it, I'll jump right into it.
I'd like you and Attorney Fall to just make sure that we know how we're going to handle the testimony, please. Whether it's going to be consolidated.
Yeah, we filed one appeal with the approval of your zoning officer. It pertains to 2 properties. It was a 5-lot subdivision previously approved 2000, whatever. Mr. Collision will testify to that. And it's really the same issue in both appeals. I know there's some neighbors here. Actually, we've had a chance to talk to, I think, some of the neighbors, and hopefully, I think they're going to like what they have to hear from Mr. Collision. But beyond that, I mean, I think that, unless there was one lot in particular that had a lot of concerns, I don't see that it's going to accomplish anything from my end. But certainly, if there's some concern on the board about separating them, I think I'm going to be presenting the same case twice.
And I'm fine with that if that would be an order, Attorney Fall.
Yeah, let me ask those of you who are here with respect to these 2 properties. Is there anyone who is here who would be opposed to hearing the testimony with respect to both lots being presented in one hearing? Or is there people here who prefer that there be a hearing on each individual lot?
Both is fine for me.
Okay, seeing that no one is objecting to consolidating these hearings into a single hearing, I think we can proceed in that fashion.
Yeah, I'm fine.
And just one other preliminary matter. And I hope the board doesn't mind. Can I take this down a little bit while I put my reading glasses
Sure,
on?
and please have a seat if you want.
Okay. As far as the application, we talk about a non-conforming lot and a variance, and, but it was advertised also for an interpretation. And that really isn't discussed in my appeal, and I'd like to take the board through that when we begin our presentation. But in the meantime, I don't know that I have to make a formal request for amendment. It's the same relief. We're not changing anything. It's just an additional theory, but it has been advertised for that, most importantly. So I would request permission to amend the appeal to specifically request an interpretation under 1323.12 pertaining to 1323.12C pertaining to non-conforming lots. And I'm going to read that into the record at the appropriate time. And then the other theory, well, I guess I'll let the board address that first.
Is there any legal reason?
No, I see no reason for that.
Then your request is granted. We can hear, we'll let you amend the appeal.
And then, secondly, I'd like the board to, I handed your solicitor a case. I have another copy. It's a case actually I have involvement with out of Lehigh County. I recognize this is Northampton County, but it has the principles in, and your solicitor can look at it and guide you accordingly whether or not we fall within the criteria for variance relief. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because then the board doesn't have to get down in the weeds of nonconformity, not nonconformity. I think actually, as I've thought this through and prepared the appeal and actually talked to the zoning office, I think I've simplified a lot of matters, and I think I can give you the short version. We did hear, fortunately, during your break, from some of the neighbors regarding why they're here, or heard some positive comments. They're here to listen. So I think we can maybe even focus on their issues and see where we are. But that would be my intention as far as our presentation tonight.
And that's fine. And I'd like to just procedurally move forward. Can you tell us when the property was posted, Attorney Malcolm?
Mr. Pledgen?
The property was posted on October 20th.
Thank you. And then at this time, I would ask anyone who will be testifying or asking questions to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in. Even if you think you might ask a question, it's easier to just swear you in now and be done with it.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear by may God, search your whole heart, that the testimony that you shall give in this proceeding be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and as you shall live to the God of the last great day. You just swear?
I do. Thank you. And Ms. Heller, if you could give us the facts of the case, I believe if they're virtually identical,
Okay. Then I'll just read them as one. The next appeals, although on two lots, 447 North Pine Top Circle and 468 North Pine Top Circle. The appeals are of Benjamin Hoffman on behalf of R&S Hoffman Brothers LLC for after-the-fact variances to decrease the minimum lot area within slopes over 35%. 10 acres are required. 1.09 acres is existing. The other lot, 468 North Pine Top Circle, is 0.7077 acres existing. And to exceed maximum impervious coverage within the slopes over 35%. 5% is permitted. 7.8% is proposed at 447 North Pine Top Circle, and 12.7% is proposed at 468 North Pine Top Circle. Both of these lots are located in the RR Rural Residential Zoning District.
thank you. And thanks for adapting both factors, and I appreciate it. Attorney Malcolm is.
Yes.
Or is yours, sir?
Yes, and Darlene did a nice job doing that. First off, with respect to, and I think this is the simple approach from our perspective, and it's going to avoid a lot of legal argument about nonconformities and what constitutes a nonconformity. If you look at 1323.12C, a lot which is created in accordance with a final subdivision plan approved by the City Planning Commission, with respect to which an applicant has commenced and substantially completed public improvements in accordance with the approved subdivision plan, i.e. water and sewer mains, water and sewer laterals serving individual lots, curb and curb cuts for individual lots and/or streets within 5 years from the date of such approval, or within any additional extensions created by the legislature, shall be, for all purposes of this ordinance, considered a conforming lot and not a non-conforming lot. And it's going to be our presentation through Mr. Pledgen that you'll see that these lots actually have laterals already established, the streets there. But Mr. Pledgen can go through that. So I think that's the simple approach. I understand, the zoning officer made the call the way he did. I think, in defense of Craig, zoning officers, if they think they have a call that can go either way, they send it to the zoning board, and that's what they're supposed to do. But we think that applies. Beyond that, again, what I'll be focusing on is the variance criteria with respect to pre-existing lots. And again, I've given your solicitor a case, and really what you're going to hear is that there's absolutely no use for these lots otherwise. If they can't be built on as originally designed, approved, and intended, you're going to have 2 vacant lots there. So that'll be the other approach. And with that, I'll call my first witness, and I think probably my only witness. I do have Mr. Huffman, Randy Huffman. He's a builder. He's been around in Lehigh County, Northampton County for many, many years. I think he's been around for as long as I've been practicing law. And his son Ben is here, and I think he's following in his shoes. They, I think the fact that they're thriving, they're still in business, speaks for the type of work Randy does. But I think foundations were put in on both properties, but it's not going to resolve any issues before the board. We understand that the foundation shouldn't have been put in, but there was a reason for that, and we can talk about that. Mr. Pledgen's aware of that, but that's the only reason I think I would ever call him, is if the board had some issue associated with that. But again, what we're going to focus on is why we're entitled to relief, not why the foundations are already there, notwithstanding that there aren't permits for either property. Okay? Everybody okay so far and understanding, I hope? Then I call my first, Rob, so you can see the board. I'll tell you what, let's switch seats. And you're going to be getting up, and you want to put your display boards up? And I would encourage, if anybody in the audience has any questions and wants to see the display board, certainly I would echo what the chairman indicated in the last appeal. They should position themselves.
Yeah, you might want to move over to this side as far as you can. Can you see all right, Mr. Schneck? If we back that easel up a little bit, can you still see all right, Mr. Schneck and Ms. Lee?
Yeah.
And that might give them, yeah, that's good there.
Mr. Malcolm, so those the drawings that we have in our plans?
Yes. And I have a packet of exhibits. I'm going to put, I guess I could just hand them.
If you have extras that you can let the
Yes.
the audience members have, that's helpful.
And then if I could, is it okay to approach the board and pass these out?
Please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a smaller version of these?
Yes, there's a PDF in there.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, do you have enough? Okay, thank you.
State your name, everybody ready? State your name for the record.
Robert Pelagian.
And Rob, have you ever testified before the Bethlehem City Zoning Hearing Board before?
I've not.
Okay.
Excuse me, could you spell your last name? sir?
Certainly, it's P as in Paul, Iligian, and I'm a professional land surveyor.
And Rob, are you the principal of Bascom and Seeger?
Yes, I am Bascom and Seeger Incorporated, 116 North Fifth Street, Allentown, PA, 18102.
Tell the board about Bascom and Seeger.
Bascom and Seeger is a land surveying firm that has roots back to 1854. There's actually a street that separates the city of Bethlehem from the city of Allentown called Bascom Street. I've been working out of that office since 1996, and I purchased the remains of the company in 2004. I've been in land surveying business since 1985. Upon graduation from Penn State University, I received my surveyor's license in the beginning of 1992, and as I said, I purchased the company at the beginning of 2005.
And would it be fair to say you've testified, with the exception of the city of Bethlehem, and I don't know how you manage that, but you've testified in every municipality in Lehigh County as an expert?
Pretty much every municipality, yes, sir.
And as a land surveyor, do you also get involved with issues regarding stormwater design, best management practices, the Lehigh County Soil and Conservation District, those sorts of things?
Yes, I've prepared erosion sedimentation control plans in both Lehigh, Berks County, Bucks County, and Northampton County over the years.
Have you qualified as an expert in land development and surveying matters and stormwater matters in county courts?
Yes, I have. I've also, as a professional land surveyor, I'm permitted to perform minor engineering as long as it's reviewed by a professional engineer, which is the case in this instance. I'd also like to add that I'm also chairman of the Whitehall Township Planning Commission. Been a member of the Planning Commission for over 21 years.
And I would offer Mr. Pledgen then as an expert in the matters which he's attested. Well, let me just ask you one other question. We see Darlene sitting down at the end. She's been involved with your fine work in other municipalities.
Yes, she has. She knew the former owner of my company, Willie Schmidt, very well. And she actually saw my work. It's just Willie presented it in Salisbury.
Now, I don't know if I need a formal ruling on that or not.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is there anyone who's objecting to his staff being declared an expert?
Without objection, we accept him as. an
Okay, and you've done work for Mr. Huffman for how long?
I've worked for Mr. Huffman since 1996.
Now, with respect to, well, let me ask you one other question as far as Mr. Huffman. You heard the way I described him to the board, and Randy Huffman, builder. You've been his exclusive land use guy and surveyor and site design guy.
I've worked for R&S Hoffman Builders on probably over 150 projects since 1996, and together we've cumulatively built well over 1,200 homes. Randy, would that be safe to say? I would say so. I perform virtually all of his land design. I do subdivisions for him, land developments for him, prepare individual lot grading plans. I personally do all the stakeout. I'm a land surveyor. My firm consists of me. I go out and actually do the survey work. So both lots in question, I've personally walked, staked out, and done the topographic survey on these.
Now, the consolidated appeal involves two properties at 468 Pine Top and 447 Pine Top, I believe, if I have the addresses right.
It's 447 and 468.
Can you tell the board about those properties?
447 Pine Top is lot number 1, and 468 Pine Top is lot number 4 of a 5-lot subdivision.
Would you please take that microphone with you, though, please? Thanks.
Thank you. Anyway, this is a 5-lot subdivision known as the Estates at Pine Top Ridge. This is a copy of the recorded plan. The plan was recorded in 2000. And at that 447 Pine Top is lot number 1, and 468 Pine Top is lot number 4. Lot number 2 and not lot number 3 both contain single-family homes. Lot number 5 currently is vacant, although approximately 7 years ago, another one of my clients, Keith Hoeing from Irwin Forest Builders, reached out to me and engaged me to perform some preliminary investigations for one of his clients who wanted to construct a home on that lot number 5. But at the time, they decided to postpone that due to personal issues. So I've actually looked now at 3 of these lots of this development.
Okay, and you say 2 of the 5 lots have already been developed?
Yes, they have.
What have they been developed with?
They're single-family homes constructed since 2000. I believe that lot number 2 was the first home that was constructed, and then lot number 3 was built a couple years after that.
Okay, and tell the board little bit about this subdivision. They have a copy of it, and I believe the PDF copy, they have full-size copies which were dropped off, but I believe the PDF copy of the plan, and again, I've given a packet of these exhibits to the neighbors, is exhibit, for the record, Exhibit E. Can you tell the board a little bit about this subdivision?
This subdivision is a subdivision of what I would call a remnant piece of property that existed following the development of the area known as Pine Top. When Pine Top Circle and North Pine Top Place were constructed, there were homes that were constructed. And again, based on my observations of the area, I would say a lot of the homes date from either the 60s, 70s, or even some from the 1980s. This appears to have been a remnant piece, and the Pine Top Circle came up and ended. And then with this extension, they actually constructed a cul-de-sac for a turnaround and created the 5 lots at that time. You can see that some of the lots are very irregularly shaped, particularly lot number 1, and lot number 4 is extremely shallow. It's actually very narrow on from the 2 sides. The zoning office is recognizing that this is the rear yard. Subdivision plan doesn't show that, but the zoning office does, and we comply with what the zoning office requires. But as you can see, lot number 1 is very irregular. There's a strip of land that goes up, actually crosses Pine Top Place, and runs further up to the north. But the body of the lot where the disturbance is to take place and where the home is to be constructed is in the same location as it's shown on the subdivision plan conceptually. Same with lot number 4. Again, the home, the location of the home and the access driveway is shown in conformance with the concept plan on this.
Now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The other 2 lots are developed in similar fashion to what's shown on the plan, although the homes seem to be significantly larger than what's shown on this concept plan.
Now, this is in the RR zoning district?
It is in the RR district.
Okay, and this is a recorded subdivision plan that we're
is
talking
correct,
about?
yes.
And is the recording information actually on the plan that you have up there?
It is. It's over on the on this right
Okay,
side
and
of it.
but people can read it then for themselves, I'm sure. But and when was the plan recorded? Do you know?
I can't say the exact date because I can't read it, but
Even on the big one, I know I can't read it on the
very
PDF.
It's small and it's upside down.
Well,
looks like it was recorded November 10th. November 10th of 2000. It's recorded in volume 2000-5, page 330. Yeah.
And would it be fair to say, not only does the approved recorded plan, and this was approved by the city of Bethlehem?
That's correct. There's signatures from the city. The city has their city planning commission stamp on it at that time. And it was the owner signed it, the surveyor signed it, and also the at that time, the Joint Planning Commission, otherwise known as the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, signed it.
Okay, and each of the 5 lots created by this subdivision, they all have homes sited on the lots, is that correct?
No, lot number 5 is.
Well, no, I'm sorry, on the plan, I'm
Yes,
talking
they
about
do.
the plan.
Yes,
In other
they-
words, the intended use of these lots has always been single-family residences.
Yes, they are. That is correct. There's a conceptual rectangle box of approximately 3,000 square feet shown on each lot, along with access driveway, and also underground utilities of sewer and water were proposed, because the plan also shows a proposed sanitary sewer and water main extension into the cul-de-sac, which was done.
Okay, well, that was going to be my next question, Mr. Plidgen. Can you tell the board the improvements that were actually made associated with developing the subdivision?
At the time, it would appear from looking at this, there are trees noted on here, tree masses. So there would have been tree clearing done. The street was graded. The sanitary sewer was extended up to the cul-de-sac area along with a water main extension. There was curbing placed entirely around both sides of a Pine Top Circle and around the cul-de-sac. The laterals were run into each individual lot, and curb cuts were also created. Also at that time, they received variances for not having to put in sidewalk up there at that time. There were a couple other issues with regards to the length of Pine Top Circle. It exceeded 500 feet, and that was a variance that was granted. And there was a street paving variance that was also granted. And I think it has to do with matching the width of Pine Top Circle to the existing section of Pine Top Circle.
Now, Mr. Pledgen, associated with this appeal, you're familiar with and just a little housekeeping here, if you don't mind, and then we'll get back to the plans. Exhibit A, you've seen my packet. That's a copy. This is a copy of the assessment record and the deed to 468. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Huffman purchased this property for $169,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, and the point being, this wasn't like a leftover from a tax sale that he got for $500. He purchased this understanding he was going to put a
That's
home on.
correct. To disclose some information, a conversation Mr. Huffman and I had, Mr. Huffman came to me initially about lot number 447, and said he was interested in buying that. We met up there and we walked the lot, and I expressed to him some concerns I had regarding house placement and stormwater issues with the grading. And then we walked across the street, and I said to him, "Why don't you buy this one? This is the nicer of the two lots." So he ended up purchasing both of them. So,
And with respect to the lot, the nicer lot, as you referred to it, 447, again, purchased at an arm's length transaction for $142,000.
that is correct.
And any question in your mind, or strike that, did you know that these were part of an approved subdivision plan?
Yes, I did, and I knew that from that work that I had done for the other owner. The other thing I knew that made these lots desirable was that the sewer and water laterals were already run on the lots, that the sewer capacity was in place already with the city of Bethlehem, so there wouldn't be an issue with having to either request sewer capacity because of the issues with the sewer plant or obtain a Pennsylvania DEP sewer facilities planning module.
And did you have any concerns whatsoever that these lots were developable lots that you were going to put homes on, or Mr. Hoffman was going to put homes on?
No, I had nothing that would, it was what I call a relatively recent subdivision. Again, my firm goes back to 1854. I have subdivision plans back into the mid 1800s. Bascom laid out most of the city of Allentown and actually did significant work in the city of Bethlehem. But I consider this a relatively new subdivision. It's only 20 years old. And the fact that it had gone through what I would consider a rigorous review process, the fact that it shows information concerning topography, that it shows a level of detail on a subdivision plan regarding the curbing, the underground utilities that needed to be extended, and also the fact that there were requests for variances and that it was approved with the planning stamp by the city of Bethlehem, there was no doubt in my mind that these were accepted existing building lots.
Okay, and again, just maybe a little housekeeping, Exhibit C. Can you identify what Exhibit C is for the board?
Exhibit C is an aerial overview from the Northampton County GIS that shows a Pine Top Circle and shows the surrounding lots. And the lots in question, 447 is identified as number 14 on that picture, and 468 is identified as 14E.
Okay, and while you're here, Rob, Exhibit D.
Exhibit D is another area identified. This is actually from the Northampton County GIS, and this shows the limits of subdivisions just enhanced a little bit. Again, the county parcels being number 14 is 447 or lot 1, and 14E being 468 or lot number 4.
Okay, and this is, I assume, very similar to what the tax assessment office has.
That's correct. That's
okay.
The Lehigh County or the Northampton County GIS and the tax assessment office work hand in hand.
Okay.
GIS stands for Geographic Information System.
Now, you've talked about the approved plan. Can you tell the board how Mr. Huffman's development? I keep talking about Mr. Huffman. It's what's the name of his
RNS Huffman Builders
LLC. I'm going to use them interchangeably. I'm, not intending to, be evasive about anything or unnecessarily commingle them. But he is basically the builder.
He is the Randy is the R in RNS Huffman, and the S is Susan, which is his wife.
Okay, and then you've talked about Exhibit E, which is a copy of the plan that the approved subdivision plan. How does I guess I should ask you first. Exhibit F, what is Exhibit F?
Exhibit F is a copy of the individual operating plan, both sheets 1 and sheet 2. Sheet 2 being a detail sheet, and along with a number of E&S and pieces of information. But lot number 1 is the individual operating plan that I prepared for lot 1, 447 North Pine Top.
Okay, and can you go back and show that plan to the board and to the neighbors?
Here's a full-size copy of that plan.
And can you tell the board how the development proposed by RNS or Mr. Huffman compare to the approved subdivision plan, approved in a recorded subdivision plan?
Well, the recorded subdivision plan conceptually shows a dwelling over in what I'll call the southeast corner of the lot. The building restriction lines are only within the more regular, although it is oddly shaped because it's shallow and yet it's deep in this one leg going back. But there's no construction that would have been permitted within this leg that runs back and adjoins North Pine Top Circle. But again, the dwelling is located in what I'll call the southeast corner of the property. And that dwelling scales 40 by 75 or 3,000 square feet.
Is that your footprint?
That's the footprint on the ground. That is correct. Now, Mr. Hoffman, we've cited this house in that location. We tried to put it in the southeast corner as much as possible. And the dwelling that we're proposing, the dwelling and the porch only have an impervious coverage of 2,284. So we're approximately 716 square feet less than what was originally shown. One of the requirements on the subdivision plan is that all the homes have individual stormwater facilities, and they needed to be designed and approved by the city engineering department. Those have been designed and they have been approved by the city engineer. The city engineer has reviewed these plans. The first plan review, for some reason, the CAD, the drafting layer in the computer that I drew in, did not have the sewer or the water utilities shown. That was a requirement. That was their only comment. There is a dry well, groundwater recharge pit, whatever you want to call stormwater pit, on-site stormwater that has been designed. There's details for that on this sheet. That's what this detail is over here. There's a sizing calculations up in the upper left corner, and then there's stormwater BMP notes. BMP stands for best management practices. And that's a notation that puts the owner of this on record that they need to maintain that, they need to inspect it, they need to make sure that it's functioning properly. All the roof leaders from this dwelling will go into a clean-out structure, which will then be piped into this groundwater recharge pit.
And you heard my representation to the board that some of the neighbors were kind enough to talk to us during the break and express what their concerns were. I'll let them speak for themselves, obviously, but I think that the one thing we were hearing was they were concerned about stormwater. Can you tell the board? I think you just described it, but in layman's terms, so they can understand it, and certainly so the board is a little more sophisticated. No disrespect to anybody here, but in layman's terms, describe what I understand what you're saying, but what is it that you're describing as it pertains to stormwater runoff onto other properties, Rob?
The way the site was designed, it's very steeply sloped, going from a southeasterly to a northwesterly direction. That's the way the slope is across the property. There is a relatively flat area, although it's not within the building envelope area. That's the area surrounded by the building setbacks that have to be observed from the different property lines. That's where we have the driveway placed to, again, keep the grading down as much as possible, minimize as much disturbance as possible. My philosophy, and Mr. Hoffman has agreed with me and has built this way for years, we don't make the lot fit the house, we make the house fit the lot. And so in this instance, we provided a 10-foot basement with a walkout on it, because to absorb that slope that we have, we want to minimize the amount of impact in there. We're also providing a small boulder retaining wall, stacked stone wall, a low wall along the one corner to blend the grades in, again, to minimize the disturbance, minimize the tree cutting and the earth disturbance. Excuse me. In layman's terms, though, the roof will be, excuse me. The roof water will be gathered and piped into a pit. And the dry well is a hole dug in the ground. It's engineered. It's correctly sized based on the amount of volume that's the amount of rainwater that comes off the roof in what we would call a normal or average storm. Obviously, some of the major, huge storm events that we get, 9 inches in 24 hours, you can't ever design for that. But in the normal storms, what we get, and we design them in the rated storms, and this will actually handle up to the 1% chance. The rainwater is gathered and the hole is dug. Up here, we're blessed that the soils are sandy. Excuse me.
Additional waters.
What?
Yeah,
I apologize.
Sure. Rob, they're asking if you could stand on the other side when you testify so they can
Thank
see
you very
the
much
board.
for that. That's just what I need. Anyway, we're blessed with soils that are sandy and have small boulders in them. This is stupid.
Will one of these help?
No.
Why don't you keep
This
the water
mask.
with you over here?
Yeah.
So you have to keep walking back and forth.
Anyway, because it's so sandy and it does have these small rocks, it absorbs stormwater. And will allow excuse me, it will allow infiltration into the existing soils much better than other soils in the area. We're not blessed with karst geology, luckily, that's sinkhole prone. And the pit will be filled with rock, and the stormwater, it will drain in a 72-hour period. There is an overflow provided, although it's only an emergency overflow. And in all the years I've done these, I've never seen one overflow.
So are you comfortable and assuring the neighbors that they're not going to be experiencing stormwater runoff associated with the development of this tract?
That's correct.
Okay. How about well, maybe we can go right into the trees. There were trees cleared off of these lots. Tell the board and the neighbors about, and I think we've already had some discussion with the neighbors, but tell the board about the trees.
Well, there's only trees cleared off of this lot, off
Off of this one.
447. There
Okay.
were no trees. There were no trees that were cleared off of 468. And I will say 468 basically has the same design criteria. If I can flip to that one.
Well, why don't we talk about the trees first as it pertains to this lot before
So
we go
anyway,
to the next one?
there's the tree ordinance. There's a tree conservation requirement, and it says trees measuring 8 inches or greater in diameter at 4 feet, 4.5 feet above ground, if they're proposed to be removed within the area of construction, and that's identified as LC, limit of construction, and the dashed line, any trees in that location, if they're removed in this zoning district in the RR, for every one removed, we have to plant 2. I went out and did a tree survey in the area. 18 trees came out. Now, I will say some of them were diseased, but they still met the criteria. So as a result, we have to plant 36 new trees.
And who makes that decision where they go?
The builder.
No, I mean the replanted trees.
The replanted trees, where they go.
Yeah, who determines their location? I mean, that has to be approved by the city, I guess is what I'm
Well,
getting
it
at.
does. They'll come out, and the builder will work with the city to identify the location of the tree.
And again, we heard something regarding perhaps some preferences from people in the neighborhood regarding the location of those trees. Certainly, there's no objection to them participating in that process.
I will speak for Mr. Hoffman on this. He has no problem with that.
Okay, if you want to jump then to the next lot and your development or the development proposed for that lot.
It's basically the same concept plan, just on a different lot. Again, this is this shallow lot. And again, we have a recharge pit in this location off to the side. We have the driveway coming in and the house. There were no trees. There were 2 trees in this area. And And they're out of the limit of construction, so they're staying. They're not going to be damaged by any construction.
The same comments as it pertains to the recharge pits, and
Absolutely.
the same comments as it pertains to whether or not there's going to be any consequence to the neighborhood associated with the development of this lot as it pertains to stormwater.
Again, the surface of the roof, all the roof area will be recharged into the ground. So that area is eliminated from flowing off the site anymore.
And is this something that the existing lots in the neighborhood have, these recharge pits, or is this something new and an additional requirement since this subdivision was approved back in 2000?
To the best of my knowledge, only these 5 lots in this area are required to have it.
Okay. And how do these lots sit with respect to the relation of other lots in the neighborhood? I mean, elevation-wise, are these at the top?
They're all at the top. That's why it's called Pine Top. I mean, it's a little knob there, and the high point is the cul-de-sac.
And
the cul-de-sac is the high point of the area. And it falls in all directions. It falls to the northeast, it falls to the southeast, it falls to the southwest.
And how about the siting of the home on this lot? And which lot are we talking about now? Just so we're clear on the record.
Lot number 468.
Okay. And how's the siting of the home proposed by Mr. Hutman? How does it compare to what was approved by the city?
They're both in the same they're both in the same location. The footprints are slightly different and smaller. This one, the dwelling and porch, is 2,317 square feet. Again, the conceptual plan showed 3,000 square feet.
Okay, so almost, again, the footprint has been reduced significantly.
Architectural details, yes. Architectural details. Sorry.
Now, again, so the board understands, in the RR zoning district, there's normally a 15,000 square foot minimum lot size.
That is correct. In the zoning requirements, you have a 15,000 square foot lot area, a lot width of 100 feet. The front yard's 25, the side yards are each 15, the rear's 40. The building height is 35 feet. The maximum building coverage is 15%, and the maximum pervious coverage is 50%.
And do both of these lots, but for the enhancements, and we'll explain that so the board and the neighbors understand shortly, but do both of these lots comply with all the normally and customarily prevailing performance criteria for the RR zoning district?
They do. The lot width, at the time of the subdivision, I believe that the lot width was measured at the building setback because of it being on a cul-de-sac. So this lot width has 87, just under 88 feet of frontage, where it would have needed 100. But again, that's at the time it was approved, and this went in front of the planning commission of the city of Bethlehem, and
City
would have
staff.
been reviewed. Staff would have reviewed it. So these lots met the requirements of the zoning ordinance at that time.
And so the board understands the enhancements. How do we go, how big are these lots? How big are the two lots?
Well, lot number 1, 447, is a little over an acre. It's 47,511 square feet. Lot number 4, or 468 Pine Top, is just a little under 3/4 of an acre. It's 30,826 square feet.
So again, much larger than normally and customarily
At least
required.
twice the size.
Okay.
Of lots in there.
How do we get from 15,000 square feet to 10 acres? Can you, so,
Okay,
to ensure everybody understands.
So the way the ordinance is written, the slope ordinance is, and this pertains to areas of disturbance within the limits of construction. The area below 15%, any slope less than 15% is not encompassed within this section of the slope ordinance. You have 3 areas: 15% to 25%, 25% to 35%, and 35% greater than 35%. And because of the detailed topography that I did, there are spot areas, small spot areas all over in each of the areas of construction, limits of construction, that there are areas where the slope meets the criteria for these 3 different zones, and they're identified in these tables that are shown on each sheet.
So I'm assuming that you found on both properties a small area in the above 35% zone, such as to kick it into the 10-acre requirement.
That is correct. And it's all the cumulative area of all these small little areas. And it's because of the level of detail that was needed to develop these construction plans. And it's what's there.
I mean, but
you got to understand, we're talking of some of these areas are no bigger than 15 by 35. But they're, because of the slope across them, they meet this criteria. And then when you look at the average slope across there, you're looking at 15% roughly. And then you look at it across the entire lot. It's hard to say because of the irregular shape of these lots how to determine the average slope across the lot.
so it's kind of an artificial standard, but you have to, the book says what it says.
Absolutely.
And then with respect to impervious, you know how we get kicked up on the impervious associated with the slope ordinance?
Well, I cannot speak for how the ordinance was written, but based on my years of experience, the reduction in impervious coverage is based on the theory of accelerated stormwater over the steep slopes and a possible increase of erosion, and also for stormwater control, stormwater management, how it would affect downstream owners. In this instance, though, again, we're dealing with all the roof area into the recharge pits, which is a requirement of this ordinance.
And Rob, how do these lots compare with the slope of other lots in the neighborhood?
447 in particular is virtually identical to all the other lots that front either on Pine Top Circle or Pine Top Ridge. We can show those photos if you'd like to, but I've done surveying work out here since the spring of this year, and I had been out on this site. I'm going to say it was either 7 or 8 years ago, and so I do know this area. There are homes where there's obviously been some major excavation. There's homes with garages underneath that you normally wouldn't see. It appears to be a 2-story home, and yet they have the garage under it yet. So it becomes a 3-story home. The house immediately to the north of 447, when you're standing in the back, you're looking over his roof. That's how low it is because of that slope. And they carved out an area along Pine Top Ridge, and yet the house sits way up above the street down there. This is all of the north. The north side in particular gets very steep. Lot number 4 is a little bit flatter, although the back of it just falls off, and the neighborhood down behind it is very steep too.
And not to be scattered brain, but just to go back to impervious just for a second to make sure the board understands. Normally impervious in this district is 50%.
Right.
You have to be under 50. But notwithstanding, again, the slope ordinance kicks us up to 7.8, or we have 7.8 and 12.7, which would normally be very compliant with the ordinance, correct?
Correct. I mean, we're talking a total impervious cover on 447 of 3,708 square feet. And on lot number 4468, we're talking about 3,908 square feet. The threshold for stormwater management, as implemented under Act 167, there's an exemption for 10,000 square feet of impervious coverage. Were it not for the original subdivision requiring on-lot stormwater facilities, neither of these lots would require stormwater management because they don't have that 10,000 square feet of impervious cover. So the stormwater pits are more of it's an effort to protect the downstream owners, which it will, particularly eliminating this roof area. And on top of that, it's also to help recharge the ground so that we minimize the amount of runoff off these lots.
Now again, Randy and his son are here, but can you give the board the short version of how Foundations got onto these lots without a permit being lifted?
R&S Hoffman has been using a system called Superior Wall Systems for, I'm going to say, at least 10 years. Yeah, I was going to say at least 10 years. And they're precast foundations. They're made out in Lancaster County. They're trucked in. They meet all the codes. They're universally accepted throughout the country. But they're precast. And so what happens is the excavation is done to set the foundation, and then they're stone set. These precast foundations don't sit on a concrete footer. They sit on compacted stone. And then the foundations are craned into position and they're bolted in position. After that, once the utilities are run, the floors are poured with concrete, the basement floors are, and then the first floor deck is laid on top, the wooden deck, and only after that can you backfill the foundation. That's a Superior way of doing it. They also come out and inspect the foundations to make sure that they're installed to their standards beyond the building code standards. Because of the COVID situation and the backlog in home construction that resulted from last year, Superior is behind. And the reason that I know this is because I have to time my preparation of grading plans for R&S Hoffman to coincide so that they can get in line they need their building permit or have begun the building permit process to be able to get in the line with Superior to have these foundations poured, because then they have to be poured in a certain order, and then they're trucked to the site, and Superior does all this. They make the foundations, they cure the foundations, they truck the foundations, they bring their own crane, and they set the foundations. And so there's a long leap ahead schedule that they have to fill at Superior to have these done. And
Well, let me ask you this. Were permits applied for
they were
diligently, and what was the...
And we had received a review. I received a review letter. I had received Zoning Officer Pfeiffer's review letter.
And also the city engineering.
City engineer, and that's when they brought to my attention that these two layers, the water and sewer layers, were off. Those were their only comments. After 2 pages of stormwater and erosion sedimentation design work, that was the only comment that the engineering department had. The zoning department wanted to know about the trees, particularly on this lot, and they also wanted to know about the slope areas. Those were the 2 things that they asked.
And again, at this point, do you know when this was exactly that the permits were applied for?
They were probably, my plans dated March 21st. I believe that they were submitted sometime in April, probably late April. And then these were revised right after we received their review letter, and the revision date is June 10th.
And let me ask you this. Was there any question in your mind at this point that permits were gonna issue?
Not in my mind. I mean, I had reached out to Mr. Pfeiffer. Unfortunately, I couldn't connect with him via the phone, but I just wanted some clarification as to particularly the slope zoning. And then I wrote a letter of response identifying each one of their comments by bullet point and how I responded to it. And honestly, the engineering comments were minor. It was just a matter of flicking on the layers. And I thought I had gone out and done the tree survey, and we had come up with the 18 trees, and we were going to plant the 36 trees in response to that. And then I showed the slope area that he requested. And I figured since there was nothing in the review letter that said, oh, if you have this slope, you're going to need this or something like that.
Well, let me ask you, kind of maybe shortcut this a little bit. Yep. You know when those foundations were actually installed?
I don't.
Well, it was certainly sometime after March.
Oh, no, they were installed. I'm going to say they were probably installed in early August, either late.
Okay, so August 1st. Well, you can't testify, and the board has been very lenient, but
I'm going to say
you can't help
July or early August. Yeah.
Well, we have you here, and I appreciate that you're trying to be helpful, but it also makes it tough for the court reporter. Okay, so again, these permits have been applied for, and for whatever reason, and we're not, being critical. It is what it is, but and I hate that saying, but I used it anyway. What would have been the consequence to Mr. Huffman if he didn't accept the walls?
Well, we've actually experienced that once before, and Superior will not. If you can't set the walls by that date, you pay $1,000 a day for storage.
And certainly he understands that whatever he did at his own risk, but it wasn't intending to mean disrespect anybody.
I do not believe that at all.
Okay. it was the lesser of two bad alternatives, I guess, would be a fair way of describing it.
I will say that it's not a defense of me or of anybody, but I try and associate myself with quality individuals, and I can say that Mr. Hoffman does a quality job. In all the years, in my 36 plus years of surveying, and I've staked out probably over 10,000 homes over those years. Randy's my number one client, and it's for a reason.
Now, is the construction that's proposed for these lots, tell the board about what kind of homes they're going to be?
For Mr. Hoffman, these are considered his standard homes. They're nice two-story colonials. They'll both have walkout basements. They're very contemporary in that they're up to date in the exterior designs and also the interior layouts of them. He's built both of these homes in other locations. They're well received. Usually they're sold before they're finished, and they will fit into the neighborhood very well.
That was going to be my next question. Are they consistent with the existing character of the homes in the neighborhood?
Absolutely. They might even be on the slight. They're the same size basically, because when you look at those other homes, they're 3 stories, where these are 2 stories with a walkout basement.
Let me ask you this, because very shortly, hopefully, we're going to get into some variance criteria, but is there any way to recite the location of the homes as originally proposed, or as Mr. Huffman is proposing, which would constitute a lesser impact, I guess would be a good way to, because we always have to talk about minimum variance. You understand my question?
I do understand your question. The answer, it's not necessarily a real easy answer, but to condense it as much as possible, we've cited the homes to provide the minimal amount of disturbance to the sites, to provide the minimal amount of excavation work, to provide the maximum amount of tree preservation, and to provide the least impact as possible to the neighborhood, while providing a home that would be suitable and desirable for someone to live in. So we have the driveways. The driveways are relatively flat. It's not like they're going to be steep slopes, so in the wintertime they're going to be real icy, unlike Pine Top Circle, which can be a problem in the wintertime. I'm sure if anybody's ever driven up there, they know. That's the criteria we designed it. We kept the disturbance as much as possible. We tried to blend in the grading as much as possible into all the existing contours that are there. And again, disturbance, you can see lot number 468. I mean, we only have a little, not even a third of an acre is disturbed of that lot. And on 447, lot number 1, we're just a hair over a third of an acre of disturbance.
And so the locations of the homes, as the builder in this case is proposing, consistent with where they were originally cited?
Absolutely, and the footprints are smaller than was originally proposed.
And again, that went through multiple levels of review already with the city, and those were apparently determined to be the best locations.
They were.
Let's talk about hardship, Rob. Do you have an opinion? Well, first of all, you're familiar with the RR zoning district?
To the extent that I've read it for this case, yes.
And you're aware of uses that are permitted in the RR zoning district?
I am.
Do either of these properties have any use whatsoever to the extent that they cannot be developed for single-family homes?
The only other permitted uses that could be envisioned on these lots would be a cemetery, and they don't meet the requirements for that because they have to be 5 acres, or farming, or a road stand.
Well, let me ask you about farming. Are there any other farms in the neighborhood?
There aren't. You'd also have to clear cut the lots.
That would certainly result in a disturbance. Are you aware of anybody that's farming small pieces of land? And I'm not meaning to sound flippant, but small pieces of land on the top of a mountain?
No, not that I know of. The other thing is that my understanding of the Farmland Preservation Act 319 in the Commonwealth is that the states determine that basically no viable farm can exist that's less than 10 acres in size.
There's some public uses identified.
They're public or semi-public.
For instance, a swimming pool. Is there any parking here that would such that you could accommodate a public swimming pool on these lots? I mean, again, I'm not trying to be, be smart about it, but,
You would either be parking in the street or you would be cutting more trees down and putting more impervious cover to construct a
And-
parking area beyond the pool on each lot. It's clear that these were intended to be single-family homes, single-family lots.
we've talked about the character of the neighborhood. Are you aware of any detriment that's going to result to the public associated or the neighborhood associated with the development of these lots as intended?
No, particularly in view of the tree conservation requirements, that the 18 trees that were taken down on lot number 1 there'll be double that amount planted.
And with respect to hardship can't be self-created. Mr. Hoffman didn't create these lots. These lots were created by a predecessor in ownership interest, but approved by the city.
Correct.
Is there anything that's different in the neighborhood now that you're aware of that wasn't there in 2000 that would somehow make this, the approval of these lots previously no longer indicated for this tract of land?
No, I mean, the fact that you're measuring trees that are 8 inches or greater, 4.5 feet off the ground, they would have known the amount of tree clearing that would have had to take place at that time, so.
And
The only thing that would be changed,
one of the lots has no contiguous open space or open ground that you can combine it with.
that's correct.
I mean, everything up there is developed except for, you said one of the lots is still undeveloped. Tell the board about that.
Lot number 5, which is immediately adjacent to lot number 4, is currently undeveloped, but again, I have personal knowledge of this from working, like I said, 7 or 8 years ago for Keith Hoeing at Irwin Forest Builders. Irwin Forest Builders. Keith Hoeing, Hoeing. And he engaged me to do some investigative research work on this. But my understanding is that the owners just decided to hold off building until a later time.
Okay,
They
but-
do intend to build on that lot.
Okay, so you can't speak for that owner, but I mean, certainly you're not going to combine it with a developed lot, and you're not going to combine it with a lot that's already a building lot.
Oh, and it also has sewer and water laterals run up to it too, because I located them when I did the work.
And is it your opinion that in order for these properties then to have any usable value, this is the minimum relief?
Yes, I believe that. Plus, I
Yeah,
believe
well-
that they're existing lots. They were obviously intended, they were created when the subdivision plan was drawn, they were created and intended to have single-family dwellings placed on them.
Well, let me ask you this, Rob, and I want to make sure the board understands this. If they put a mobile home on these lots, would you still have the same issues with respect to slope enhancement?
I believe so.
And tell the board why.
Well, because you still have the building setbacks, you still have the requirement to have off-street parking facilities. You would still be doing excavation, you'd still be doing tree cutting. You may not cut down as many trees. Your excavation work would be limited, although quite honestly, if you put a mobile home in there, you'd probably have more issues because the construction methods that we're using in this, we're utilizing the slopes with the walkout basements. If you would put a mobile home or a prefabbed home, they generally sit on a flat graded area. And this is another thing on the requirement of the variance about the 3-to-1 slope ratio, the 33% or whatever, which is 3 to
Well,
1.
we don't need a variance from that. I think the
We
zoning
don't,
officer
because-
signed off on that.
Yeah.
But tell the board.
A 3-to-1 slope, the grades here provide for a 3-to-1 slope. 3-to-1 slope is for every 3 foot of horizontal, you either drop or you rise 1 foot vertically. And it's been determined over the years that homeowners can maintain that surface. You can cut grass on it. You can plant grass. It won't erode. You can have hedges. You can have landscaping, everything else. And so we graded this lot for 3-to-1 slopes. Well, if you would put a flat pad up on here and try to grade the 3-to-1 slopes and not have any foundation exposed, your slope grading might even exceed what we're showing with this house.
And you still have to cut in a driveway and whatever.
Absolutely. You'd still have to put in a recharge pit too, although it would be smaller, you'd
And
still have to put one in.
Again, if you have a small area of over 35, you're going to kick up to 10 acres regardless of whether it's a manufactured home or
You're still going to be grading on these slopes.
and are you aware of any impact this is going to have? Or this, how did I forget this? This is public water, and I think maybe the board already understands. It's public water and public sewer.
That's correct.
So there aren't any issues of septic or anything of that nature.
No.
Are you aware of any detriment to the public interest associated with the intended development of these lots?
I can see none.
I think that's all the questions I have. Oh, Rob, do you want to maybe go through the pictures?
Sure.
Is it okay if he approaches the board to?
Sure. Fine.
This exhibit, I believe, is cumulatively, all the papers are together.
Right. Can you folks keep track from back there?
So the first page are two views taken from the cul-de-sac of 468, lot number 4 Pine Top. In fact, in the top view, you can see the posting of the zoning ordinance, the zoning notice.
Yep.
And you can see the foundation is in. You can see how the foundation is relative to the street, that it's actually slightly down from the street. That's in the top view. The second view shows the house that's on lot number 3 to the left of the photo. And you can see the right, that's the, that will be the porch of that house. If you flip to page number 2, again, both photos are at 468. And this is a view along the property line looking to the west. The house on lot number 3 is shown on the right side of the upper photo, and you can see the foundation on the left side of the photo. And then the lower photo is again a view, and that's the garage area. You can see the precast foundations. You can see how they dig them out and just set the foundations in. The next page, both of these photos are of lot number 1, 447. This is a view looking in the southeasterly direction of the foundation. You can see the walkout foundation that we have. And then the view at the bottom, this is the view taken from the back of the foundation of lot number 1. And that is the back of the house that fronts on North Pine Top Place. That if you're looking at this original subdivision, that photo would have been taken right about this location looking in this direction. The next page are again 2 additional photos of the foundation on lot number 1, 447. If you look at the lower photo, you can just make out a Pine Top circle on the left side, and you can see the garage that's going to be in there. The next 2 photos, the upper photo is taken opposite.
Can I ask, we can't have talking in the audience, please? Thank you. Thank you very much.
The upper photo that you see on that next page is of this house on this original subdivision. It was taken approximately at this location, looking in their driveway. And then the lower photo is a photo, unfortunately, the porta potties in the middle of it, but that's taken from basically the center of Pine Top Circle, and you can see how everything falls off. And you can even see some of the trees that are out of the limits of construction on lot number 1. They're up in this area, and actually one of them was within, but we left them. We decided to be able that we could leave them in place. So they're staying. Then the next 2 photos, the photo at the top is a photo of lot number 3. That's the view looking from Pine Top Circle. And then the lower photo is a photo taken further down Pine Top Circle. It's off of this, and it's right around this bend. This Pine Top Circle bends down to Beery's Bridge. And you can see the steep excavation on the left side of that house. You can see how much they had to dig into that hill, and you can see how the garage is underneath. And then the last photo is a view of this home on North Pine Top Place. And you can see that that home looks like a regular 2-story colonial, other than the fact that because it's so steep in there, they put the basement underneath in the location, or the garage underneath, where traditionally the garage would have been up on the main level.
Rob, you did a nice job explaining things, I think. Is there anything I missed that you think would be important for the board to understand or consider associated with this application? and these properties?
I don't believe so. The one thing on the impervious coverage issues, and it's a little deceiving. We're at 7.8% on lot number 1, the 447. And that's total impervious coverage.
That's the house and drive?
The house, the driveway, and the sidewalk. And then on the second lot number 468, we're at 12.7. It seems like a big increase, but this lot is significantly smaller. And that's why when you look at the footprint, though, this is the house, the driveway is 1,384 square feet on that lot, and it's 1,217 square feet on the other lot. So it's only 100 square foot bigger. The house is 2,317, and on this other lot, it's 2,284. Again, minimal amount. And even the sidewalk is, 208 versus 207. They're the same, but it seems like such a massive increase, and it's not.
And again, the customarily prevailing is 50%, but for the
They're permitted.
slope enhancement. I think that's all I have on direct for Mr. Pridgen. I guess I'll wait until to see if there's any questions. Rob, you might not be done. Don't be too quick with that. Okay.
Are you through? Because I'd like to open the questions from the board if you are, Attorney Malcolmus. Mr. Schneck.
Sure. I guess there's a lot to speak about stormwater management tonight. So I guess the slope triggers the issue due to stormwater management, and that's what the dry well is for, right?
No, that dry well requirement is part of the original subdivision plan. It has nothing to do with slopes.
Okay, but do you think the city intended that requirement to help mitigate the stormwater?
Partially part of that. The other thing is that when the time the subdivision was done, there was an anticipation of greater than 10,000 square feet of total impervious cover. When you look at the individual lots and you look at the extension of Pine Top Circle, we have what's called common plan of development. So you have to look at the entire subdivision as a whole. Think of it as a development. And instead of building a main detention pond for what we would call a detention pond, what we look at, rather than doing that, they place the burden of individual stormwater management on each individual lot. That way they would be sized properly and in accordance with best management practices for each individual lot. Because some of the lots, and I wouldn't be surprised if lot 2 and lot 3 exceed the 3,000 square feet of impervious cover as shown on there, because their driveways are long. You saw from the pictures, the homes are rather large, but they had to have stormwater pits that were specifically designed. In the case of lot number 3, I've seen those plans. They were drawn by a engineering firm, Benchmark Civil Engineering Services, who graciously provided a copy to me because I wanted to see what they did up there. And I know that they had that sized individual for that lot. So it helps the slopes. It definitely controls the stormwater, but it's a trigger from the original subdivision. It's not because of the slope ordinance that requires this.
Sure, and the slope ordinances and the size lots, even if you combine those last two lots, you still wouldn't hit the.
No.
So I get taking down trees and then you're adding additional trees. Does that also improve your stormwater management?
It does from a surface perspective. Obviously, trees that are planted help to reduce the amount of runoff. Trees are actually utilized as a BMP feature in stormwater in doing these in stormwater management. And understand that stormwater management has, I don't want to get into deep on this, but there's two things to look at. And we all sat in front of that other case where Mr. Villani was talking about NPDES. And stormwater involves Act 167 and also involves NPDES. These lots don't require NPDES permits. The total disturbance on both lots, even if you look at them together, it's still not an acre. So, but to do NPDES, you have to do things such as disconnected roof leaders, you get credit for groundwater recharge, you get credit for rain gardens, and you get credit for trees planted. So if this was NPDES, we would be taking credits for those extra trees that we have to plant.
You mentioned this was designed for the 1%, is that like a 100-year storm?
Yes.
And you said you've never seen them overflow?
In my years, I've not seen them overflow.
But have we had a 100-year storm?
Oh, yes. Yeah. In this area, 100-year storm is about 7.3 inches in a 24-hour period. And understand, this is one thing, and I blame the engineering community for this. As someone who is trained in stormwater management, because I went to Penn State for civil engineering, the 100-year storm is actually the 1% storm. They assign some year number to that, and the general public has gotten this idea that that means you only get one storm of that intensity every 100 years, and that's not the case. You can have 2 or 3 or 4 or a dozen 100-year storms in a row. It's the 1% chance. When it starts raining, you have a 1% chance of getting that amount of rain in a 24-hour period. And then as the 50% is the 2% chance. The 25-year storm is the 4% chance. The 10-year storm is the 10% chance. So, and the 2-year storm, which is what most of the BMPs and NPDES is the 50% chance. So, 50-50, you're going to get about a rain that's going to fill that up.
And this is designed for 100 years?
That is correct. Yep. Based on the amount of water that's going in there, assuming that the gutters are cleaned and they're properly sized and the water flows exactly the way it's supposed to. But in theory, that's what they're supposed to handle. They're also supposed to have a drawdown time no greater than 72 hours.
So if we get 200-year storms in a row and that does overflow, where does it go?
It's going to run out on the ground.
So is that overflow determined or help located by the city engineers so that it's not flowing right into somebody's house?
They were designed that way specifically. They're as far away from the property lines as possible. Understand too that overflow structure is going to be there's going to be storage within that too. The recharge pits, while they're designed to draw down in that time period, that assumes that the infiltration only takes place in the bottom of the pit, when in reality, the infiltration takes place out of the sides and it actually takes place out of the top. So again, in my time period, I've never seen one of them overflow.
Gentlemen, at the risk of sounding rude, I would really appreciate if we could keep the questions and answers fairly short. We're getting close to 9:30. And honestly, I understand there's points you have to make, Mr. Palogian, and I'm not trying to cut you off on that, but if we can move this along a little bit faster, I would greatly appreciate it.
Certainly.
I guess in your opinion, with respect to these properties, is this the best use / design for these properties?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Novotny.
I guess the question I have goes to, when was this development originally approved by the city?
2000.
2000. And all of these requirements for each individual lot as far as stormwater was concerned, was that the responsibility of the developer of the land or each individual landowner?
There's covenants on that plan that require each individual landowner
So
to take
that's
those.
all the stormwater. Okay. So essentially, we're talking about something that's already been approved.
That's correct.
All right.
I agree.
That's kind of my question. I think it's been approved. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Shantz.
Yeah, I want to get to the brass tacks as to why exactly we're here tonight. If I'm to understand it correctly, you removed trees, you poured foundation walls, or you preset foundation walls. Basements were laid, basement walls were laid on on 2 parcels that you didn't have any permits to do any work on, correct?
Not really. This zoning relief would have been needed even had we not taken any trees or built the foundations, because the zoning officer identified these deficiencies prior to any tree removal or any excavation work.
But you went ahead and did the work without approved permits.
That's correct. The builder did, yes.
Any reason why?
Again, the foundations were on order, and he was going to get stuck without that.
When was the subdivision approved?
2000.
Was 50% of the work done on the subdivision?
All the required public improvements were done,
But was 50% of the subdivision built?
built as far as.
Yeah, with 3 vacant lots, 50% of the subdivision was built?
Jim, that it's not required that the houses be built. It's only that the infrastructure be put in place.
Okay, I would, thank you. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to actually defer any questions from me because I'd like to welcome members of the audience to ask their questions. So at this point, these would be questions only of the testimony that you heard. I would ask any member of the audience to come to the microphone, identify yourself, give us your address, and ask your question.
Hello. My name is Andy Hudak. I'm at 436 North Pine Top Place, directly behind this lot right here. You could fall out of that house and probably hit your head on mine. It's very close. About this recharge pit. I understand the builder's doing everything he can do to code to make sure it works, but you're telling me that it's dependent on the owner of the home to maintain the property and to make sure that doesn't overflow into my property, basically. I mean, if you would see, you could see page 3, the bottom picture, you can see the roof of my house in those pictures. I mean, it is right there. It got to be 100 feet, less, whatever. So basically, I understand you're doing everything you got to do to say, hey, this is right. But my dry basement, and I just moved in September 10th, depends on the maintenance of this by the person that owns
Sir,
that property.
can you turn this into a question that he might respond,
does my
please?
dry basement depend on their maintaining this system?
I don't know that this system would impact your basement because it's not sited directly behind this house and directly behind
Where is it put on the property there, if you don't mind?
That's the location of the drywall.
Of the pit, all right?
Your home sits over.
A lot closer to that line, but yes, all right. That's okay, no, I get it.
Your home.
All right, so lack of maintenance to this, you don't believe would affect my home? You can't, exactly, you can't say it, they can't say it, I can't say it. It might affect my home. I bought a dry house September 10th. My second question is privacy. As you can see from that picture, you even said yourself, you could see right up to the roof of my property, over the roof of my property. You said that there's probably, you didn't see any public disturbance, but I do. What about floodlights? What about the privacy of my home? Is there going to be anything done to block their line of sight into my bedroom or my bathroom? I know I could shut my blinds, but is there anything going to be done for that?
I don't believe that there's any requirement for any screen or buffering. I'm sure that there will be plantings placed in there as people plant. There are already existing trees as shown in the photos, although the leaves are down because of this time of the year. But again, there will be 36 new trees. There will be 36 new trees planted. And as the builder said earlier this evening in conversations outside of the hearing, he's more than happy to work with you if you'd like to have some additional plantings back there.
Am I allowed to hand you guys stuff? Or is that for later in statements?
I would prefer it be in statements because again, I'm trying to get questions of
understand, I'm
the
home.
testimony. Thank you.
That's it for me right now.
You're good? Anyone else wishing to ask a question? Please come to the microphone, identify yourself, and give us your address.
Can I stand?
Sure.
David Hausman, 412 North Pine Top Place. We're all downhill. The document we received from the city indicates that all of these calculations were based on 447 North Pine Top Circle on 1.9 acres, but yet it indicates that it's an irregular lot at 23,326 square feet. Those are two different.
I don't know what you're looking at.
This indicates 1.09 acres, but yet it says it's an irregular lot at 23,326 feet.
I don't know. We can look on the plan to see what the acreage.
Well, the reason I asked that is because the calculations were done based on 1.9 acres. And if the lot isn't 1.9 acres, then the calculations are incorrect. Same on lot number 468. It indicates right on your document that the property is 0.7077 acres, and the calculations were based on that, but yet it says record lot size irregular at 22,610 square feet.
Well, a surveyed plan shows that the lots are 1.09 acres and 0.7 acres. That's what a surveyed plan shows.
I understand, but
Okay.
I'm reading what your document that you sent out to the neighbors indicates. So that was my question.
Attorney Malcolm, you know which document is being.
He's referring to the
Agenda.
public
That's
advertising.
Oh, the agenda. Okay, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
Which we wrote up. Yeah.
Right. Secondly, my other question directed to you would be, as you've outlined a detail of how you're managing the water, of course, that's coming off the roof of the building. But what about the water that is not coming off the roof of the building, but is obviously going downhill from the surrounding property of the house? We realize that you have water that's coming off the driveway, water that's running off the back of the property, which is already at a slope. And also, we have to presume that somebody's going to be building a deck or something on the back of this house because it has a walkout. And I'm assuming it's not just going to walk out onto the grass, but it could be. But they obviously could put some other kind of coverage there because you're under the impervious coverage. So the question is, all those other areas that are not part of that are going into your drain system, where is that water going? Because it already goes downhill, and we already see that water coming down the hill as it is. And right now there are some silt fences around the property which are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're already in disarray. And we also have a Job Johnny unit.
Sir, can you let him ask the question? Because I think you're getting a little far afield from your question.
We'll take the first question.
Okay, so number one, there's already water flowing off of that site now. There already is water flowing off the site now. And even before there was anybody set foot on that from R&S Hoffman, when I set foot on that property, there was already water flowing off that site. It runs downhill. Water goes downhill. So the water will continue to go downhill. Now we are taking out of the drainage area that's flowing downhill the water that's encompassed by the roof area. That water will not flow down the hill. That will be recharged. So the other water will disperse in non-concentrated forms across the area. There will be absorption through the grass because there will be some lawn area around there. As far as the back house, the back of the dwelling, there is no proposal for a patio off the walkout area. That yes, the proposal is that they would walk out on the grass. There may be a deck up off the first floor, but that's not considered impervious cover because the water can go through that and it'll be absorbed into the ground on the lawn. To answer your other question about the silt fence, I completely disagree with your statement that it's not functioning. I was just out there the day that I took these photos, and it does need to be maintained, but it is functioning as I designed it. There is silt up to the top. There are two small places where there has been a breach, and there is some mud on the top of the silt sock, but that's all. And I have spoken to both Mr. Hoffman and his son, and they have assured me that they will go out and maintain it. So I respectfully disagree with you. They are silt socks. They're not silt fence, and they're correctly designed, and they've been functioning since they've installed them. And I have impressed upon my clients the need to maintain them.
I'll continue under our
Please.
conversations then.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? You've been pretty patient, sir. There you
My
go.
name is Josh Ortwine. I live at 505 Pine Top Trail. My question is, one of you had asked if since this development was approved, subdivision, has anything changed in the area? And then somebody else said that they had not removed any trees from that lot. This is 468. Well, I can tell you that there's been tons of trees removed from that lot. I don't know who did it, but things have definitely
Okay,
changed. So my
yeah.
question is,
Yeah, you need to direct that to the witness.
would you be opposed to planting trees
Well, you're,
on the lot 468, because it has been cleared. There has been trees removed.
Okay.
And I know they didn't do it because the lot had changed hands, but it was done, so.
Okay, so if I can answer the question, there were
Yeah.
no trees removed off of 447 prior to this. I was
468 I'm talking about.
I was referring to 447, sir.
Oh, okay.
Lot number one. 468, there are 2 trees that exist out there. If there were trees that were removed, that was before my visit to that site.
No.
And maybe there was, and maybe there wasn't. I don't know.
But I do.
Well, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is the design that we had, and when Mr. Huffman purchased it, we're not taking any trees off of 468. Now, to answer your question, and Mr. Hoffman and I discussed this, in this replanting of these 18 trees that we're removing off of 447, and we're planting 36, we would like to distribute them between the 2 lots, if that's satisfactory to the city of Bethlehem. But that's up to the city of Bethlehem if they're okay with that. The ordinance kind of is a little silent on that. It doesn't say you can do that with 2 separate parcels. I know that Mr. Hoffman will be planting some trees on 468 because he always does.
Okay.
But I can't, if the city is amenable to allowing us to distribute those 36 trees between the 2 lots, then clearly there'll be some trees planted on there. But
Okay.
that's something I can't answer.
Okay, and then my next question is the silt sock that you respectfully disagree is functioning properly. I used to work for Gardening. I installed silt socks. I mean, I understand how they're supposed to work, and it is not functioning properly. And you could tell me that it is, but it's been breached in multiple spots. And if you were just up there, I mean, I have pictures on my phone right now where it's underground. So it's not functioning properly. You can say that, but it's not.
Again, I respectfully disagree.
I know, and that's why I said that you said to him. I get that, but you can't tell me that a silt sock that's underground is doing anything it's supposed to be doing. What's it doing? I mean, I can already see the runoff coming down onto my property. You can follow a path of mud. You know, I mean,
Sir, you really need to move to a question, and we're going to allow you to testify and make the statements you want, but I really want to clear out any questions.
Okay, and then my next question is, you talked about the 100-year storm, and that's what these systems are made to handle. So, I mean, it seems to me like the new normal is we're getting a lot heavier storms now. So I get you're saying they're made for something that doesn't happen often, but when they do, and then that water does run down onto my property, then what? Am I just going to be responsible for cleaning up my basement that gets water in it if it is caused by the impermeable ground?
Okay, the storms are designed in accordance with nationally accepted engineering standards. These systems have been designed that way.
Right, and you said you would disagree with the engineering, part of engineering. You said something before.
No.
Well, you did. You said it was part of engineer's fault. You know, you went to school and.
No, that has to do with how a storm is rated, sir, whether it's a 100-year storm or not.
mhm.
It's a 1% storm.
Gotcha.
And that's what these pits are designed in. That's correct. And they're accepted. They're designed according to engineering standards. The city of Bethlehem's engineering department reviewed these designs and approved them.
Okay.
So as far as what you're calling a new normal, I don't know anything about
Could be a
that.
new normal. But my question is, would I be financially responsible if I get flooded because of this impermeable ground? Just because.
I can't answer that question, sir. I can't answer that.
Okay. All right. That's all. I'll wait till
Yeah.
the comments.
And anyone else with a question at this point?
I just have one.
Good. Let me get Attorney Fall first. Jim.
I have one question for you. Under the steep slope ordinance, if the maximum slope within the construction area is over 35%, the maximum impervious coverage of lot shall be not more than 5%. And you're proposing approximately 7%.
On the one lot and 12 and some change, just under 13 on the other lot. Yes, sir.
Is there any way that a building could be placed on there such that the 5% impervious coverage was not exceeded?
Including the driveway, the sidewalk, you would have a postage stamp house, approximately maybe 20 by 20, which is completely out of character in the neighborhood. It completely doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. And quite frankly, and I'll fall back to the attorney on this one, but I don't think it's financially viable to put a house like that on a lot that just sold for $170,000.
Well, that's irrelevant to this discussion, but I appreciate your answer on the first part. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shantz, you had another question?
Yeah, I want to go back to the whole original reason why we're here tonight. The subdivision was approved in 2000, as you testified, correct?
Yes.
The zoning plans were originally approved in 2009, correct? I think that's what you testified to.
Zoning plan.
For the 5 units.
No.
When were,
Subdivision plan was approved in 2000. That was everything.
okay, I thought something was mentioned about 2009, that something was submitted, or?
No.
Not in my notes.
I think that's the
Oh,
other
they were
case.
talking about when the
When was the first house built?
change.
I don't know exactly. I'm going to say right around 2000, 2001.
Yeah, wait, hold on,
Yeah,
please. We
yeah.
can't have people hollering and answers. And please be respectful, because we're trying to keep a formal record of what's going on. Thank you.
I guess what my question is going to come down to is, since 2000, did these plans need to be revised or renewed since they were basically abandoned from 2000 on?
Me to answer that? My answer is no. They stand as an approved subdivision plan, and we're complying with the ordinances as they sit, with the exception of needing this relief for the slope and the minimum lot size and the impervious
So
cover.
the only reason we're here tonight is the slope and the minimum lot size.
And the impervious cover, that's correct. And that's because of the slope.
And we're not here for any violations with regards to cutting trees, putting this foundation in, even though this is after the fact.
Those would be issues maybe for the building department or permit department, something like that.
So our decision solely with regard to, okay.
Relief based on slopes, lot size, and impervious coverage.
And we agree with that.
Attorney Fall, do you concur with that opinion?
I do concur with what Ms. Heller stated.
Thank you.
And if I may add, the lot size and impervious cover are triggered because of the slopes.
They
It's
understand
the
that.
slopes that should be triggered.
So how many of these lots have been developed?
2.
2 have been developed. And were they subject to the same slope conditions as these 2 lots?
I mean, pre-development,
Exactly. Right.
if he knows.
You know, I don't know that he does know.
My dad calls him the Oracle, so maybe he does.
I will say that based on this older subdivision plan, and the fact that these contour lines are spaced 10 feet apart, say that probably not, lot number 3 was not subject to the steep slopes, that they didn't have greater than 35%. Possibly lot number 2 may have been impacted in the construction area. I can't say. But again, that's based solely on the topography that's shown on this approved subdivision. And note that these are contour lines that are 10 foot apart, whereas these plans show contour lines that are 2 foot.
What's the significance of that, if I can ask one question, Rob, the 10-foot versus the 2-foot?
Well, when you're performing engineering calculations or design calculations to construct a home, you need detailed topography. 2-foot contours is pretty much the minimum accepted standard. And also for steep slopes and any slopes that are greater than, say, 10% slopes, you would want contour intervals of no less than 2 foot. Why they show 10 foot on that original subdivision plan, I don't know. It does appear to be, it appears to show the land isn't as steep as you would think it would be.
The 10-foot.
The 10-foot contours, yeah.
You're more likely to capture slopes with 2-foot contours than 10-foot.
Correct.
Okay.
So Ms. Heller, when this subdivision was approved, would this steep slope have been taken into consideration in the approval process?
I'll tell you what, I don't know. I believe the slope zoning was developed in the late 90s. This was approved in 2000. I don't know if, I don't know what might have happened there. Maybe I don't know if there was a lack of awareness about the slopes because they were not so detailed. Honestly, I don't know.
And we tried to research it to see if the ordinance has changed. I suspected it might, but I can't prove that because it just seems to me that it wouldn't have escaped so many levels of review.
Exactly.
I mean, they are legal lots at this point in time. I mean, it was a subdivision that was approved and the lots exist.
All right, no more questions.
Anyone else? Mr. Schneck, you here? No? I thought I was getting that look like I am.
No.
Okay. Attorney Malcolmus, do you have any other witnesses you're going to call?
No, unless the board wants to hear from either of the Huffman boys, but I mean,
I don't think so. With your permission, I would rather have the testimony from the folks
Me
here.
too.
Okay, and I'll give you some latitude if you need to do something. At this point, why don't I open the floor to testimony, comments from members of the audience? Please come to the microphone, identify yourself. You've been standing there all this time, so.
I've been sitting like everybody
I
else.
know,
can't
but
believe
I
everybody's
think
not standing up.
I couldn't
Sit all
miss you
day
when
at
you
a
were
desk.
standing there, so.
So like I said,
Yeah, identify yourselves again, please.
Andrew Hudak, 436 North Pine Top Place. Like I said, I just moved in. When we went to go see the house, it was all trees back there. There was nothing going on. And we went under agreement without inspection, so we didn't get back to the house until the huge rainstorm that we got. I don't remember when that was.
You know what? It's really hard, first of all.
Gotcha, am I talking fast?
Yeah.
I'm a fast
It's
talker.
just- It's.
You bet.
Everyone muffled.
All right, so we didn't get back till the storm, and we went to go see if there was any water in the home, obviously, because we were under agreement, and there wasn't. And it was at that point we saw a foundation. Holy moly, they're building the house back there. Nobody told us. That's fine. You know, I understand it's a lot. It was approved. House is probably going to go up at some point, right? And all this stuff comes out about, you know, the slope and the water, and it sounds like the plan is a nationally recognized plan that, you know, is approved, and it sounds like it's going to do what it has to do. One of the reasons we moved there was privacy. And I know privacy is not on the docket tonight, but I'm a war vet. I came home.
You know what, if you can slow just
Shoot.
a little
All right.
bit, please, before her fingers.
Sure. So privacy was a big deal. That's why we picked the house that we did. Like I said, I'm a war vet. Finally, after 20 years, we're able to get the house that we want to get, my wife, my son, and I. And there's this house going up behind it. And I hate to sit here and argue against the guy that's trying to build the house. But privacy is an issue. And maybe we can get together and talk. Maybe there's something we can do about privacy. These are the pictures of the foundation from my backyard, my bedroom.
Let's show them to.
Yeah, let
Mr.
Attorney
Malcolm-
Malcolmus see
Mr.
them
Malcolmus
first.
see them
Sure,
before
yeah,
they-
sorry, I forgot this.
No, that's okay. I'm sure I have no objection.
And
Do you want to see these for any reason?
yeah, and like I said, maybe there's a solution. You know what I mean? But I mean, it is right on top of my house, and that's just the foundation, and you'll see it. It's gonna look like a skyscraper behind me. It kind of goes back onto the last case. And you know, maybe it's my fault for not seeing if there was ever going to be a house built there or whatever, but there is, and it's there, and it's there. And I guess my thing is, you know, is if this moves forward, is there anything that could be done between him and I? I'm sure we could talk to screen it somehow, to buffer it, I guess is the proper word. It's very close to my property. Thank you. Yes.
No objection?
No objection.
You can see the foundation there. I'm standing on the patio at my house. If you turn it over, for some reason, it printed the patio on the back of that paper. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to talk when you're sitting down or not, but I mean, is there any way if this moves forward?
No, not right now.
Okay.
It's me.
Gotcha.
It's certainly, what you're proposing is very reasonable, but I can't have you
I understand.
engaging.
That's why
I
I
think
asked.
other folks have statements to make, and I want to receive them all.
I get it. I just would like for you to see that. I mean, it also shows the slope. I mean, it's significant. But you know, everybody says trust the science, but the science behind the water retention system seems to be solid.
Thank you.
Right? Anyone else wishing to make a statement or testify, please come to the microphone. And again, sir, to the extent that you folks can get together privately, I mean, I think it's a good thing to do.
David Hausman, again, 412 North Pine Top Place. I guess the ordinance was made, of course, for a future building on the property, but I'm assuming that the ordinance was also developed to protect the homes surrounding the properties that would be built on as well. So we're just hoping that that is the intent that occurs here, because we are all downhill, like I said. We're just concerned about, there wasn't a permit pulled for the property. The construction is stopped. We're concerned that this house is sized larger than it could have been for the property. I know they said there's under the impervious coverage that's required by code, but it is a 2-story house, so it's still a 3,000 square foot house. There are many homes in that neighborhood that aren't over 3,000 square feet. There are homes on that neighborhood. Matter of fact, some in the pictures that you received from the attorney that are well under 3,000 square feet. So the house could have been smaller and fit in the neighborhood properly, but it isn't. And obviously the foundation is there now, so it's kind of like asking for forgiveness after the fact. But that's our concerns, and the water runoff is a serious problem on this hill.
Right. Before you step down, Attorney Malcolm, as I overlooked, do you have any question?
I don't.
You don't. Feel free to.
I
If
understand.
you do. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Josh Ortwine, 505 Pine Top Trail. So, I'm not here to jam anybody up. I don't want anybody to have to stop building. I'm not here for that. I just hope that, the issues with the runoff, it's a serious issue where we live. Definitely. I just hope that you really do what you're supposed to do. I mean, the whole thing about, the money taking precedence over rule of law, and you just go and build something even without a permit, to me, it shows someone's character. And it's nothing personal. It's just, I know it's business. I get it. But then what other rules aren't going to be followed? I'm nervous about it. And then the whole privacy thing, like this guy's saying, that lot was definitely, trees were cut, lots of them. And I know it wasn't by you because you purchased after it happened. And I would just hope that if possible, you could just throw some trees in back there, so that I don't have this house. And the house is going to be towering over mine too. Not as bad as his. And it's the other house, the other lot. But, it's up on a hill above my lot. And it's going to be, these people are going to be looking down into my yard. I would love, just like him, I live up there for privacy. I don't want to see my neighbors. I don't want people seeing in my yard, and now it might all change. That's not good. I don't like that. So I just hope that, everything works out the way it should. I really, really hope that. I mean, my basement's already flooded twice. I regraded my backyard. I built my window wells up 10 inches higher than they were. I've done everything I can do, but at this point, there's nothing more I can do. So if there is a problem with runoff, I'm just going to have water in my finished basement. I don't want that. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Please come to the microphone, identify yourself.
Barbara Hausman, 412 North Pine Top Place. I just want to make a comment that I've heard that there's a 7% and a 12% difference respectively between the two homes. I have not heard anybody ask what the remediation is for that extra percent, those extra percentages. Clearly the roof retention device is not the same as addressing the variance that we're all here for. So I just want to make a comment that I haven't heard a solution to how the builder is going to address the 12% variance.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, Attorney Malcolmus, did you have any closing statements?
No, I think the board understands the issues, and you have a competent solicitor, and I handed them a case, and I think there is language in the ordinance, and I mean, you've been very patient. We presented extensive testimony, and it's clear to me that you understand and have been receptive to it as far as understanding it. So I don't have any closing.
Attorney Fall, was there anything we needed for the completeness of the record before we go off the record?
Did I amend move my exhibits yet? If I didn't, I'd like to move those.
I think you did, but that's
Okay.
fine. Do you have any objection to accepting these photos into evidence?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else, Terry?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
In that case, we're going to go off the record into executive session to deliberate.
You may.
Time for a potty break. Yeah.
Oh, are they really?
So who brought the pizza? You know what, Jim? You didn't have a chance to ask anybody about burgers or hot dogs.
I know,
or
I'm
pizza or anything
heartbroken.
tonight. That's why. You must be going through culture shock here.
I know, I saw that. It went by.
Talking about trees and leaves.
Yeah, I know.
I can't believe it. Bonfire?
It was E5.
When I looked at it, my name's not on it. So I thought about that.
I don't blame you.
And the fact that I couldn't, I stopped talking. I couldn't believe that from this. Yeah.
I know.
And that's what.
I'm sorry, if I didn't mean to be rude to you.
Yeah, they were.
I know you'd have rather had a beer, but I'm sorry.
I'm right there on the junction. We have no basement.
I got a question.
It's the next. Next one. Okay. So there's the two wood houses, and this is not really.
They're not using that as
I've been up there for 15
Yeah,
years. Oh, wow. So I know it's one. I wish that could happen.
Don't even remember me. So
It's
good
been a
to
lot.
see you.
Well,
It's been a
plus I
long
probably
time.
don't see you in a suit and tie or with a mask, so, you know. Really?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah. See, that you probably don't recognize me.
Wow.
So I
How
see
did you
Willie
do
every
that?
time. Diet. You
Oh
know,
my
relearn how to eat. Yep.
Good for you.
Yep. Yep.
Good for
Yep.
you.
Yep. I'm busy as hell. He
Well,
keeps me hopping, obviously.
It's a busy time all around, which is, you know,
How's the super?
good, good,
I haven't
yeah.
talked to her. I talked to her. I did a lot line of jump over right on 378 over the winter, last winter.
Oh.
And I talked to her for that. But I don't get over here that much. I really don't. Weird. This is the first time I've been in front of you guys. It's literally.
Forever.
Forever. I've never been over here before. I've been in Bethlehem Township. I've been in Hanover. Been in North Caddy. I was just there 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But I've never been here to visit. Been Lower Saucon.
Wow.
And you ought to see that place. We're tearing
You mean
houses down.
this? Oh, you mean
no,
their
Lower
township?
Saucon? Oh my God. We're tearing down $800,000 houses and they're putting up $1.6 million houses in its place. But that's real. That Keith Hoeing I was talking about, that urban forest, he builds on that. It's nuts. More money. I mean,
Are they moving here from out of the area? Who are these people?
we had one big lot in Upper Saucon. He bought the lot like 300,000 vacant.
Our passes work.
We're the key, we took out
Darlene.
your purse, you didn't see?
Darlene, the city passes work. All you have to do is
Yeah,
just
they
swipe
do.
them in. Yeah. I found that out one day when I went to visit Craig.
Mark's over here. All right, Gene, I'd like to go back on the record and I'd welcome a motion from a member of the board.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to approve the appeal for 447 North Pine Top Trail, North Pine Top Circle and 468 North Pine Top Circle, with the condition that you submit a landscaping plan and work with the city to provide adequate buffering and screening between neighboring properties.
I'll second.
And Darlene, if you call the roll, please.
Just had to get it all down. Mr. Shantz?
I knew this was going to happen. No.
Mr. Novotnik?
Yes.
Mr. Schneck?
Yes.
Mr. Lee? Or Ms. Lee, I'm sorry. Oh, boy. It's late.
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes. Your appeal's been approved. I would suggest you wait for the written decision. And again, I encourage an open dialogue with the neighbors who voice some real concerns, and hopefully you folks can work it out.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you. Having no other business before the zoning hearing board, this meeting is adjourned.
If any of you wanted to get a copy of that decision, there is that sign-in sheet here.
All right.
A couple people signed it, though. I just want to make sure you know you have a chance to get that.
Mark, if you're interested, I'll explain why.
I'll tell you what,